Right. Good morning, Sibonile, as well as Chantal. Thank you for already being here. Audrey also just joined. Thank you, colleagues.
Morning.
First, we can just give a few minutes for other colleagues to join as well before we start the session and do the necessary introductions. Thank you.
Now, before then,
Good morning, everyone. Let's just give a few more minutes for more participants to join. Thanks a lot.
Well, good good morning still. Apology for that. For some other reason, I couldn't get into the room. I see that we've got 7 participants so far. So we can just wait maybe until 1:45, and then we can start.
Good morning, Mr. Lewis. Sorry, I think there might be some confusion on my part. I clicked on the room 3 link. Yeah, is this actually room 2?
This is the link that I got for room 2.
Okay. I think the best approach here, I'm just going to disconnect and click on the room 3 link again. Thanks a lot.
Hi, sorry. This is room 3.
Okay. Let me.
This is room 3.
Yeah, let me go out and then try again. Apology for that.
Thank you. Thanks for confirming, Siponile. Colleagues, good morning. Apologies, there seems to be some confusion about the room, so I'm just directing a few colleagues that I know are supposed to be here as well, just to disconnect from their rooms and connect here. So apologies for the delay. We're already under some time pressure considering the program, but let's just give it about 3 more minutes. Let's start at 11:54 to be very specific, and let's take it from there. Thanks for the patience. Thanks, colleagues. Sorry, colleagues, I got my time wrong, so let's start at 11:50. So 3 more minutes. Thanks. All right, Sibonile, is it possible for you to maybe just post on the WhatsApp group or communicate with the other colleagues in the other rooms if they can maybe just manually slot in the meeting ID and the password, because I think that that brings you directly to room 3 because some colleagues are struggling to join.
Okay, we will share the links. We will share it on WhatsApp group.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think it'll be prudent if we just start the session.
So I must share the ID and the passcode.
Please do, please do.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, thanks a lot for joining on time. Our apologies for the situation with the colleagues seem to be joining room 2 instead of room 3. But anyway, I think just considering the time that we do have, it'll be productive if we commence with the session. I see we do have a few of the presenters here in already, so we are looking forward to the session. Right, so my name is Okker Pretorius. Some of you know me. I'm a lecturer at the Department of Urban and Regional Planning at the University of Johannesburg, South Africa. And the theme for this room is technology and data to promote inclusivity. And just within the broader context of the conference, I mean, we've known, listening to the plenary session this morning as well, the theme of the conference is about the capacity of the state to achieve inclusive cities within this broad spatial and human settlement context of urbanization, of severe climate shocks, of the pandemic in the recent history as well, is that we are experiencing a very volatile time period within as planning as a profession, but broadly in our cities and regions as well. So, of course, cities are melting pots of diversities, land uses, etc., and they must be designed to be inclusive. And I want to, within this discussion of inclusivity, it might be my own bias as well, but bring in factors and pillars, including sustainability, resilience, etc. But broadly connecting with SDG 11. Of course, there are very interconnections with other SDGs as well, but we are focused on SDG 11 and creating those sustainable, resilient, inclusive human settlements and urban environments. with all communities having access to opportunities and basic services, etc. I suppose that's our fundamental point of departure. So the conference obviously seeks to delve into, I suppose, broadly evidence-based approaches to achieve this target. So technology and data to promote inclusivity. So of course, we are in an era dominated by technological progress and data. And we know there's immense disruption associated with this, but also immense potential within the context of our conference, of the state and related stakeholders in partnership with the public sector, local communities, civil society, etc., to harness these tools to promote inclusivity. Technology, I suppose, also directly with reference to the South African context and the context in the global South, developmental-wise, is that technology can level the playing field and make services and opportunities accessible to all if we harness the power of technology and really apply it to this end. And data, connecting to the theme of our room, on the other hand, offers insights, helping in targeted, effective policy making. Once again, evidence-based policy making. So I'm sure in this room we'll have very interesting discussions, and based on the structure of the presentations of today's session, we're looking forward to discussions on digital innovation, referencing the first talk this morning. Its transformative role in reimagining inclusive urban landscapes. We're going to go to the Louis Botha Development Corridor. Mr. Van der Walt doing a presentation on that. I am a bit conflicted there because I'm a co-author as well, but I'll leave the duties to Mr. Van der Walt to spearhead the efforts as he has. So we'll take a look at Rustenburg's approach to harnessing smart cities principles. Just having a look at the program, Land Use in Nigeria, strategic planning as a catalyst for urban resilience and inclusivity, very central to what we're trying to achieve. Majayjay's, apologies if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, a stakeholder dynamics, interplay between inclusivity, communication, etc. Masiru's infrastructure focus, professionalizing human settlements in South Africa, environmental challenges at the University of Venda, with specific reference to flood risks. And I suppose connected to that, the disaster risk management and risk reduction. And of course, that connects with the broad theme of SDG 11, which informs many aspects of planning today. So that's a brief introduction, colleagues. Really looking forward to the deliberations. Just a brief overview of the approach we're using. So we're following the program, of course. We have within reason, we're going to try to be strict with the time. So please stick to the 15 minutes, colleagues. So we'll have 4 presentations, and then of 15 minutes each, and then 20-minute discussion where we ask questions and discuss the preceding 4 presentations, and then we move on to the second part of the session. So if you have any questions, please make a note of it, post it in the chat, and then we'll handle it within those engagement slots. Thanks a lot for that. Right, so what else? Okay, maybe if I can just ask colleagues before you start with your presentation, or on the first slide, maybe just enable your camera so that we can see who are we engaging with, and then apologies, I'm just receiving a call from my co-chair, Prof. Gumbo. He'll join the session now. Yeah, just enable the camera for a few seconds so that we can see who we're engaging with, and then you can switch off the camera as well, just to enable everyone's bandwidth to cope with the session, and then we'll take it from there. So yeah, once Prof. Gumbo joins, I'll also just ask him to provide a brief introduction. Right, so thanks a lot, colleagues. So I think we can then move to the first speaker. If I can just zoom in here. So that is, if I'm not mistaken, Chantal Lacrage will be doing a presentation with the title Innovation for Digital Inclusion in Cities. So Chantal, you're welcome to share your screen, and then we'll take it from there. Thanks.
Just give me a second, Prof.
No problem.
So I'm just having some challenges.
All
Just
good.
give me a second. All right, here we go. Can you see me?
Yes, Chantal, would you mind just giving 1 minute? So we just received communication from the organizers about the confusion of the rooms. My apologies. I just want to figure out what's going on so that I can direct the room. Just
Sure.
1 second. Thank you. Chantal, apologies. Please continue. We're in the right place. Please continue with your presentation. Appreciate it.
Greetings, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Chantal Kadesha Lakraj, and I'm a master's student at the UKZN, busy completing my master's in town and regional planning. And my presentation for today is based on innovation for digital inclusions in cities. So I'm just going to share my screen. Give me a second. All right. So my topic for today is innovation for digital inclusion in cities. The introduction of this is that the present epoch of city planning is marked by a call for cities to become more technologically adaptive in addressing urban challenges while fostering efficiency and inclusivity. Cities around the globe grapple with a range of exigencies, including climatic alterations, pandemics, threats of war, and natural disasters. Consequently, they are subject to a relentless pace of change that influences social, economic, and environmental aspects. Simultaneously, the world is experiencing swift urbanization and digitization. The advent of digital technologies offers promising pathways for stakeholders to achieve sustainable urban development in alignment with the United Nations SDGs. The smart city concept, which involves the integration of information and communication technologies and digital technologies to enhance urban functionality, quality of life, and sustainability, plays a pivotal role in these transformational processes. However, the promise of digital technology in driving transformative changes is not without its caveats. While it has the potential to enable significant improvements, it may also exacerbate existing socioeconomic disparities. Recent studies show the access to transformative digital infrastructure is not evenly distributed across different spatial, global, and city-level scales. Furthermore, the execution of many smart city projects has been criticized for being overly technologically focused, neglecting the diverse needs and interests of different stakeholders within urban contexts and the role of local governing bodies. The relevance of geographical location is frequently overlooked, even though residents' capacity to utilize technology and innovation promised by smart cities can be significantly influenced by their living circumstances. Moreover, numerous local and national governments lack the expertise and resources to discern and procure technologies fulfilling their requirements. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the critical role of digital technologies in ensuring access to essential services such as health and education. Nonetheless, many governments have struggled to reallocate resources, address the digital divide, and manage strategic digital transformation processes. In its 2020 Roadmap for Digital Cooperation, the United Nations Secretary General strongly advocated for human rights in digital domains. The roadmap highlights various action areas such as promoting digital public goods, ensuring digital environment trust and security, and achieving universal connectivity. Nonetheless, question remains, how can an inclusive, people-centered approach be implemented? How can city planners and urban practitioners address the digital divide and the capacity gaps around technology and ensure smart city concept benefits more individuals? In light of the work done by the United Nations regarding people-centered smart cities, this research explores the critical components needed for smart city initiatives to be genuinely people-centric. It proposes 3 innovative strategies, which is reframing the smart city concept to be more people-oriented, which includes driving technology from a human perspective, implementing a multidimensional approach to the human-centric focus, and embracing an integrated and holistic approach to ensure the interconnectivity of all aspects of the smart city concept. These strategies differ from conventional approaches to smart city development, but are fundamental for building an inclusive smart city that considers people and places. This paper will briefly outline the strategies and key points as we go along. Fostering people-centric smart city initiatives. Smart city initiatives are increasingly acknowledging the need for engaging local and national governments and empowering them to actively shape digital transformation instead of being mere recipients of technological services. This proactive approach ensures a comprehensive and effective regulatory framework that instills trust in investors and citizens, directs technological innovation and through procurement, and creates a conducive environment for technological development. Hence, cities progressively reclaim authority over the smart city vision. Achieving this requires governments to implement regulations and policies that oversee smart city development, emphasizing equality, inclusion, interoperability, procurement, and public-private partnerships, and addressing privacy and security issues emerging from digital platform and utilization and data collection. To cultivate trust, governments need to enforce privacy laws that assuage the concerns of citizens and investors regarding security breaches, personal data management, and surveillance. Clear governance frameworks and institutional arrangements for data collection and sharing are paramount, especially when involving diverse sources. These frameworks should delineate ethical standards, including rights to data access and ownership and allocating benefits derived from data. It is crucial that the public sector, as the protector of citizens' rights, fully assumes its governance responsibilities. For many local governments, this represents a novel field necessitating a significant enhancement or establishment of digital policy and government capacities. According to the United Nations, digital technologies application in cities and by cities must be suitably adjusted to ensure the resulting prosperity is equitably distributed among urban resident cities and regions. The introduction of technology should be rooted in the genuine needs of individuals and guided by the human aspects of cities. It must give special attention to undeserved populations to address disparities and bridge social and spatial divides. In dealing with the disruptive digital transition, local governments and communities will significantly benefit from having strategy or guidance on negotiating digital rights. Effective smart city or digital transformation strategies will empower local governments to steer the digitization process, proactively engage with novel technologies, and establish suitable data governance frameworks. Parallel to strategic planning, cities must engage their current position in the digital transformation journey. To facilitate this, the United Nations Habitat is devising a smart city readiness assessment process, leveraging its extensive experience in city assessments via the City Prosperity Initiative and key performance indicators for smart cities and sustainable cities. This approach commences with identifying the challenges, aspirations, and priorities of diverse communities and urban residents, emphasizing inclusion, the significance of geographical location, and respect for human rights. And as you can see on my screen, I've got the various role players that are involved. And now we move on to people-centered smart city approach. Establishing a more people-centric approach to innovative urban development necessitates a foundational commitment to individuals and how governments utilize innovation and technology to enhance their quality of life. This approach calls for incorporating fresh ideas and partnerships and critically examining technology based on people's perspectives, their aspirations, challenges, and needs. The concept of a smart city should be reframed to prioritize people driving technological innovations from human perspective. Practitioners aim to innovate within a people-centric smart framework that prioritizes the following practices in the planning process. The key practices in planning are empowering people. Smart city activities should pivot around the needs of people, grounding smart city infrastructure and services in a commitment to human rights and maximizing community participation, representation, transparency, and control. Smart cities ought to provide digital public goods that are open, transparent, accessible, and interoperable. Equitable access to technology. Ensuring equitable access to technology, the approach advocates for establishing a foundation of universal access to affordable internet, digital skills, and digital devices to foster equitable opportunities. Managing data and digital infrastructure responsibility. The emphasis is on enhancing the convenience and accessibility of services through digitalization and creating a framework that sets standards and responsibilities for effectiveness, accountability, and inclusivity. Securing digital assets to build trust. This approach safeguards public trust by implementing cybersecurity measures to protect data and infrastructure. Building multi-stakeholder capacity, which it advocates for collaboration with diverse stakeholders to construct smart city projects, infrastructure, and services. The approach calls for enhancing the capacity of city staff for digital transformation, evaluating technology needs, and addressing equity, environmental justice, and social justice within smart city initiatives. Integration through people-centric approach. A people-centric approach necessitates an integrated, holistic methodology to ensure elements of smart city strategy interconnect, considering critical aspects such as location, varied sectors, and diverse groups of people. This approach calls for alignment across different levels of government and integration among various stakeholders, including social entrepreneurs, advocacy groups, local activists, communities, and the private sector. It acknowledges the diverse governance structures worldwide, recognizing that local authorities' decision-making capacity and power differ. This approach appreciates each stakeholder's role in developing smart city technologies, initiatives, and policies. In this context, the public sector's role expands from a traditional customer, regulator, and market fixer to a proactive enabler, identifying participatory models that facilitate greater stewardship of public benefiting outcomes. Our stakeholders' roles. National and local governments can deliver overarching leadership and convey key messages about the value of people-centered smart cities, incorporating aspects of prosperity, growth, and significant financial infrastructure that provide crucial funding to support local governments in smart city initiatives. Local governments should primarily steward community engagement, driving improved services and connectivity for residents. They can utilize procurement standards, local ordinances, municipal codes, and policy to realize people-centric outcomes, enact necessary local bylaws, and develop strategies supporting the transformative potential of a smart city strategy. Indigenous and tribal groups also play a crucial role in smart cities. Their digital sovereignty is critical for maintaining cultural connections, promoting educational attainment, achieving economic development goals, and enacting sovereignty. As critical stakeholders, community groups provide essential contextual information and stimulate public support for smart city initiatives and strategies. Civil society organizations are crucial partners for local governments aiming to develop a localized plan for constructing people-centric smart city approaches, given their intimate knowledge for the communities they serve. A people-centric smart city approach emphasizes the private sector's collaborative role as partners with governments and communities rather than being solely the primary driver of innovation and technology development as seen in traditional smart city approaches. Private sector entities can provide significant infrastructure investment and services, often through public-private partnerships. They can also offer consulting services to support the development of digital infrastructure and formulate innovative solutions to problems highlighted in participatory processes. And finally, academic institutions provide invaluable resources, personnel, and expertise to address the digital divide. These institutions are critical partners for local governments seeking scientific expertise, advice, and support in technology and urban planning. Collaborative efforts between local governments and academic institutions could establish research centers dedicated to studying urban dynamics, digital human rights, and the development of new participatory methodologies. The strategic approach to people-centric smart cities, innovative measures. There are 5 fundamental pillars to people-centric smart cities. And analyzing smart city models globally, the United Nations identified these 5 fundamental pillars that support a people-centric smart city approach. And these pillars offer practical guidelines for urban planners aiming to implement a smart city initiative. The first pillar is the community pillar. This pillar emphasizes the role of local government in positioning people and their requirements at the core of innovative city development. Action 1 is direct all smart city discussions and efforts towards strategies in prioritizing people's needs and aspirations. Action 2 is root smart city infrastructure and services in digital human rights by optimizing community participation, representation, transparency, and control. And Action 3 is deliver digital public goods that are open, transparent, accessible, and interoperable. The second pillar is a digital equity pillar. This pillar pertains to creating equitable access to ICTs, emphasizing internet connectivity, digital proficiency, and digital devices. The Action 4 is establish a basis for universal access to affordable internet, digital skills, and digital devices. The third pillar is infrastructure pillar. This pillar relates to the establishment of a framework that sets standards and responsibilities for effectiveness, accountability, and inclusivity. And Action 5 enhances the convenience and accessibility of services by digitalizing them. The fourth pillar is a security pillar. This pillar focuses on how local and national governments can work together to protect smart city assets, including data and infrastructure, to bolster public trust. Action 6, preserve public trust by safeguarding cities' intellectual assets. And then the fifth pillar is the capacity pillar, which addresses the development of multi-stakeholder partnerships and enhancement of organizational capacity to facilitate people-centric smart cities. And Action 7, collaborate with diverse stakeholders to develop smart city projects, infrastructure, and services. Action 8 is to amplify the capacity of city staff for digital transformation. And Action 9 is assess the need for technology and address equity, environmental justice, and social justice in smart city initiatives. What are the critical pathways to establishing a people-centric strategy for urban development? The first is the leadership framework. Establishing a leadership framework is by securing leadership endorsement and commitment for digital transition. We need to create crucial roles such as chief technology officers or chief digital officer equipped with leadership skills necessary for successful digital transformation at the organizational level. Coordinate these efforts with an independent certification procedure, an executive directive, or via the mayor, city manager, or city council members contingent on local government. The second is enhanced capacity. Enhancing the capacity to execute a plan is by ascertain the financial, staffing, and infrastructural resources required for success. Identify opportunities for existing personnel to acquire the necessary digital literacy or technological competencies. Illustrate how the people-centric strategy correlates with other vital local plans, such as economic growth, education, and community development strategies, pertinent in national policies and initiatives. Number 3 is inclusive participation standards. Developing standards for inclusive participation. We need to construct public engagement processes that are transparent, inclusive, respect privacy, and demonstrate the outcomes of participation. We need to ensure that diverse public sections, which are based on gender, age, and nationality, are involved and treated equitably during the participatory process. Number 4 is recognizing key partners from various sectors. We need to identify which national and local organizations can back the people-centric strategy, including community organizations, local advocacy groups, potential P3 opportunities, NGOs, regional or national government programs and offices. Also pinpoint the critical but missing stakeholders to be involved. Number 5 is digital equity framework, constructing a digital equity framework within the strategy. Early on, strive to create a digital inclusion plan for inclusive access to connectivity, digital skills, and diversity. Number 6 is forming a management and operations ecosystem. We need to determine how the people-centered programs will be managed and backed predominantly through digital infrastructure. This includes identifying finance strategies, implementing information technology systems, including data platforms and cybersecurity structure, identifying supportive legal frameworks at the regional and national level, and identifying supportive opportunities to operationalize human rights through municipal code, ordinances, policies, and procurement. Number 7 is designing a plan for data. Data is a critical asset in a people-centric smart city that should be owned and accessible by the public. Formulate an IT plan for data, complemented by an interoperable smart city platform, a data governance policy, open data policy, privacy policy, or digital bill of rights. Number 8 is formulating a program design and implementation plan. Start identifying key program offerings, pilot projects, and other initiatives that will be supported by all the items specified in previous steps. These offerings should directly address needs expressed by communities as identified through public participatory processes. Number 9 is establishing an evaluation framework. This is how we need to decide how to measure success using KPIs and develop a strategy for collecting data about progress. If using surveys, including a representative sample of the population, use inclusive language and take steps to address the digital divide by surveying people in person. And number 10 is piloting and adjusting. Trial smart city technologies, begin with small-scale deployments or programming or with focus groups, identify lessons learned and refine your approach before scaling. If the process was unsuccessful, determine why and make the necessary adjustments. My concluding remarks: it is vital to emphasize that technology is not a panacea, but serves as a potent tool when it is responsive to the real-world experiences of those it is meant to benefit. In the framework of a people-centric smart city approach, the effectiveness of technology is gauged by its capacity to meet the needs identified by its beneficiaries within the context and spaces they inhabit. In this modus operandi, individuals are encouraged to engage and shape interconnections collaboratively with the government, with human rights and as the foundational principles underlying all activities. In conclusion, adopting a people-centric smart city strategy necessitates an intentional and steady shift in culture within local government across multiple aspects. This transformation may encompass alterations in how city personnel comprehend, utilize, and manage data, re-envisioning their roles in technological and procedural advancement, and enhancing understanding of human rights and privacy concerns, and redefining how they view citizen participation in strategic planning and policy making. Thank you. Thank you kindly.
All right, thanks a lot, Chantal. Thank you very much for setting the tone for this first session. Really insightful presentation about a people-centric approach to, well, urban development strategy, and obviously the technology and innovation inherent to that process, and also identifying a few pillars inherent to such an approach, and one being stakeholder engagement, etc. So a few things come to mind that we can maybe discuss within that engagement slot after the next 3 presentations about how we as cities can leverage technology to overcome, I suppose, the socioeconomic divides, just going back to the theme of the conference, but also how we can ensure widespread accessibility of these tools within diverse contexts as well. But thank you for the presentation, much appreciated. Colleagues, I also see now that we've been joined by additional colleagues. Apologies for the slight confusion about the different rooms, but I'm glad we are quite a decent number of participants now. Looking forward to the engagement. All right, without delay, I think we can move to presentation number 2 by Bradley van der Walt about the economic access and the impact of Louis Botha Development Corridor, with focus on spatial data analysis and that connecting to the technology / the data aspect. Bradley, you're welcome to share your screen.
Thank you, sir. Just let me know when you can see my screen and if you can hear me.
Thanks, Bradley. We can hear you. We're just waiting for your screen.
Okay.
Thanks. We can see your screen. You can just put on presentation mode and we're all sorted.
Let's get that going.
Perfect.
Good to go. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bradley van der Walt, and today I'll be presenting a research paper on the impact of transit-oriented development and on economic access. So during my high schooling years, I had a rather memorable encounter with the bus. Now, I grew up in Boksburg, so the common mode of public transport were these classic white Ekurhuleni buses. Now, this was my first ride home, so as you can imagine, I was completely unfamiliar with where each bus stop was. So the bus made several stops along the way, and with each stop, kids would get off. However, at each stop, I decided to stay on. I was so convinced that the bus would stop much closer to our house because, each stop was way too far for me. Disappointingly, one bus stop was the last one, because not only did the bus not stop in our area again, but it instead veered off to a completely different suburb before heading back to the bus terminal. Luckily, I did make it home. The driver, out of her kindness, used her private vehicle to drop me off at home. And it's something for which I'll forever be incredibly grateful for. Now, reflecting on this experience as I've grown older, I've come to realize that it had made me aware of a major challenge for public transportation users. I am certain that, like me, many of the 42% of people in the city of Johannesburg with limited access to economic opportunities due to location and limited transport options share the same intense desire I had that day, which was to minimize my traveling distance and time as much as possible while navigating public transit for essential tasks. So motivated by this realization, my co-author and I assessed the effectiveness of the City of Johannesburg's Corridors of Freedom Transit-Oriented Development Initiative. Why? Because this initiative addresses the spatial disparities and the increase in traveling distances and times that comes with it, and that ultimately hinders economic access for city residents. Now, our study concentrated on the Louis Botha Development Corridor, an under-researched area in terms of economic access. And it's through our research that we aim to showcase the potential of transit-oriented development to firstly mitigate spatial disparities and enhance economic access, and secondly, to provide policy insights for transit-oriented development implementation in South African cities. And it's through our spatial data analysis that we sought to reveal the impact of transit-oriented development in the city of Johannesburg. Now, economic access is an essential topic that my co-author and I deeply care about. And it's evident that the city of Johannesburg shares this concern as seen through their initiative. However, the question arises, should you care about economic access? Consider this, whether you rely on a private vehicle or public transportation, how many of you in the audience need to travel to work? If your company didn't continue with full remote work after the pandemic, then you, like the majority of people, still need to commute to your workplace. Now, did you know that it's this ability of yours to reach and travel to your place of work that has a profound impact on your life? Yes, it goes beyond just the act of commuting. Economic access affects your well-being, opportunities, and your overall quality of life. Economic access also contributes to a more equitable, prosperous, and inclusive city. So yes, you should care about economic access. Now, keeping in mind the significance of economic access, we considered three things in our literature review. We firstly provided a brief overview of the current spatial patterns in South African urban areas, because within lies the cause of economic access challenges. So what does the literature say? Familiar to most of us, the spatial pattern of South African urban areas has been heavily molded by apartheid, and that the spatial legacy of the regime persists. Therefore, the outskirts of South African cities embody urban sprawl, with patches of low-density residential areas and high-density township development. Ultimately, a mix of fragmentation, sprawl, and isolation describe the current fundamental spatial patterns of South African urban areas. So then we thought about how knowing the spatial patterns' actual impact on sustainable development and economic access is fundamental for coming up with effective targeted solutions to address the problem. And this is what we found. Urban sprawl is a source of unsustainable development and by extension, a condition of poor accessibility. Urban sprawl is a French phenomenon which fails to concentrate development. In fact, it's the spatially segregated land use characteristic of sprawl that hinders economic access because it alters travel patterns by increasing traveling times and distances to and from related land uses. So by having this knowledge, we were then more equipped to suggest an effective and targeted solution. And that's why we investigated transit-oriented development as a potential planning instrument in alleviating urban sprawl and economic access challenges. Now, why is transit-oriented development a potential response? Transit-oriented development strives to mitigate urban sprawl by prioritizing compact, high-density development, destination accessibility, walkability, and public transport. Transit-oriented development fosters accessible, connected, and sustainable urban environments. So as a powerful planning instrument, transit-oriented development has the potential to play a pivotal role in addressing spatial inequality and spatial fragmentation in South Africa, ultimately leading to improved economic access and more inclusive cities. Now that's good and all, but that's what it says on paper. Can transit-oriented development actually achieve this, especially in South Africa? And that's where our research methodology comes in, as it was tailored to investigate the extent to which the Louis Botha Development Corridor has improved economic access in the city of Johannesburg. Now, our study area was the Louis Botha Development Corridor, which is one of 3 Corridors of Freedom Initiative segments, selected in particular because it is a transit-oriented development. Located in the north of Johannesburg, South Africa, you'll see in the image there that the corridor is situated between Johannesburg CBD and the northern parts of the city around the township of Alexandra. The study is quantitative as a spatial analysis using quantities such as meters and the number of business, commercial, and industrial zone properties was conducted to compare access to economic opportunities. Now, how did we do this? Secondary data as shapefiles were collected for the spatial analysis in ArcMap, showing the location of Rea Vaya bus stations, minibus taxi ranks, Gautrain and metro bus stops, and the location of business, commercial, and industrial zone properties. Google My Maps was then used to generate keyhole markup language files with geolocated points for the identified locations, which were then converted to ArcMap layers for visualizing all the transport facilities and economic opportunities in the corridor, as seen on the slide there. So how did we then measure access? Given that the Rea Vaya BRT is a crucial element in achieving the accessibility benefits of transit-oriented development in the corridor, the study used ArcMap's network analyst tool to measure access to business, commercial, and industrial zone facilities via the Rea Vaya BRT and via the other existing transportation services in the corridor. Therefore, by using accessible roads, 800-meter service areas around each transport facility were created, defining accessible zones. As such, economic opportunities within these zones were deemed accessible. Then by comparing the average accessible economic opportunities from the RIA via BRT to the average number of accessible opportunities via the other existing transportation services, the spatial analysis determined the extent of enhanced economic access in the corridor. And the next slide just provides a snapshot of what the analysis looked like. I hope the research methodology makes sense. So what were the findings of our spatial analysis? The first table you see there provides details on the economic access provided by the RIA via BRT in the corridor. And you'll see that we found that it provides access to 226 business and commercial zone properties, 116 industrial zone properties, and overall 342 total economic opportunities. The second table provides details on the economic access provided by the existing transportation services in the corridor. And you'll see that we found that they provide access to 150 business and commercial zone properties, 73 industrial zone properties, and overall 223 total economic opportunities. Now, for comparison, both tables were represented graphically to give you a better idea of the differences in economic access provided. Now, that's still a lot of numbers, but the next few slides should make the comparison a lot clearer. Of 455 business and commercial zone properties identified in the corridor, the RIA via BRT provides access to 49% of those properties, while existing transportation services provide access to just 33%. Of 270 industrial zone properties identified in the corridor, the RIA via BRT provides access to 43% of these properties, while existing transportation services provide access to just 27%. Overall, of 725 economic opportunities identified in the corridor, the study found that the RIA via BRT provides access to 47%, while existing transportation services provide access to just 31%. So the Louis Botha Development Corridor and the introduction of the RIA via BRT therefore enhanced access by 16%. The study's findings point to a clear positive correlation between transit-oriented development and destination accessibility, showcasing the significant benefits that transit-oriented development can bring to urban areas. The correlation also indicates that transit-oriented development is a planning tool capable of fostering inclusivity and subsequently social cohesion and a mitigation of urban sprawl, as a diverse range of residents, regardless of socioeconomic status, now have enhanced economic access because of the RIA via BRT. So the findings of our quantitative spatial analysis proves that transit-oriented development and its accessibility benefits has the potential to be a planning instrument to effectively bridge the spatial gap and enhance economic access in South Africa. The findings of our study also indicate that both the BRT and existing transportation services both provide economic access, but lack integration plans. Therefore, to optimize transit-oriented development accessibility benefits in the Louis Botha Development Corridor, in the rest of the city of Johannesburg, and possibly in South Africa as a whole, we recommend integrated transport system plans as a core strategy in transport policies and transit-oriented development frameworks like the Louis Botha Development Corridor Strategic Area Framework. Yes, long-term strategies are needed for guiding and for developing comprehensive multimodal transport networks in transit-oriented development areas. Now, like all studies, this study acknowledges limitations, including property rezoning, which may have impacted property uses considered for accessibility. Another one is that the RIA via buses had also not been procured yet So the transport service was not operational at the time. And lastly, the study also recognizes that successful transit-oriented developments extend beyond accessibility outcomes. And it's this limitation in particular that paves the way for future research. Because while this research focused on accessibility, a transit-oriented development corridor is also concerned with supporting land uses. As such, the value of the strategic area framework with regards to changing the character and development trends of the Louis Botha Development Corridor is a future avenue of research. So moving forward, this study is not just about facts and figures. The study gives us hope that transit-oriented development from an accessibility point of view can drive positive change in the place we proudly call home. So by acknowledging the positive impact of transit-oriented development initiatives like the Corridors of Freedom initiative, we can strive to create more accessible and more equitable urban environments, improving the quality of life for residents in Johannesburg and beyond. So as we continue to explore innovative solutions, let us embrace transit-oriented development as a key strategy to build sustainable and inclusive cities for the future. Thank you.
Right, thanks a lot, Bradley. Appreciate it. Thank you for the presentation, and I think it connects quite nicely to the data and technology component of this as well, the potential applications of a quantitative approach, spatial data, to ask specific questions about inclusivity within a specific area, and the planning instrument identified being the TOD. I'm sure colleagues have, and also a call to action on the last slide. You really see how we can further research on this topic and really foster evidence-based policy making at the end of the day, tangible solutions and approaches to implementing this instruments in our, not just the South African context, but also global South and the global context as well. Thanks a lot, Bradley. We will refer back to that presentation in the engagement slot, but we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Colleagues, I think we can then move on to the third presentation by Tifiwa Mudau. Apologies for my mispronunciation. But we can just then the topic being managing municipal infrastructure using smart city principles, the case of Rustenburg local municipality. Thank you. You're welcome to share your screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Good afternoon. Yes, we can hear you. You can continue.
Okay, no, thank you. Okay, no, good afternoon once again. My name is Mudau Chipiwa. I'm a master's student at the University of the Free State, and I'm going to do a presentation on the following topic: managing municipal infrastructure using smart city principle, the case of Rustenburg local municipality. My presentation is going to outline the following: introduction, theoretical framework, description of the study area, literature review, methodology, results. So when the new democratic government came into office or took office in 1994, the state of our infrastructure in the country represent imbalances wherein you find some areas didn't have infrastructure at all, while some of the areas you find that they have limited infrastructure. So there was segregations and exclusion of certain or majority of people in that time because of the apartheid system. However, the new government decided to develop policies to rectify such imbalances and promote inclusivity. Policies such as the Constitution of South Africa, where it deals with the issue of healing the division of the past. Also the issue of National Development Plan, where it deals with the issues of fighting poverty and exclusion, and also the issue of the policy such as Municipal Finance Management Act, which deals with the infrastructure management. So even though we had as a country those policies, good policies, of course, but unfortunately there's a lack of implementation of such, and that in municipality you find that on its own create a poor standard of managing water infrastructure, which also affect water provisions. So when these infrastructures are badly operated, it impedes social and also economic thing. So it's very much important for us to manage our infrastructure because they are critical to the prosperity of life. There are certain urban challenges which affect the maintenance of our infrastructure, like the population growth, where you find people are moving from rural areas to urban areas in search of greener pastures or good life, if I may put it that way. That's wherein you realize that there's lots of vandalism of infrastructure, and there's also the issue of not providing a adequate infrastructure to some of the areas. So as such, municipalities tend to move to a smart city concept in order to manage such infrastructure. My problem statement is the problem statement of this study is the mismanagement of water infrastructure, which hampers service delivery due to institutional arrangement of the municipality in terms of infrastructure assets, and also the non-compliance of governmental policies which support infrastructure asset management. The aim of the study is to determine the management of municipal infrastructure using smart city principles. And in terms of the significance of the study, lack of infrastructure management, it hampers service delivery when it comes to water provisions. Even though we have a Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003, which support infrastructure management, municipality still fails to implement and update their infrastructure asset management. So it is imperative for a municipality to have a proper integrated infrastructure management system. This is my description of the study area. Rustenburg local municipality is one of the local municipalities which falls under
Sorry, apologies. It doesn't seem that the slides are moving forward. We're still on the table of content this side.
Is it?
Yes, we can maybe just have a look at that.
Is it fine now?
No, it's still on the table of content.
Okay. Is it fine now?
We can see your presentation, but it's not. It's on the first. There we can see it now. Thank you.
Is it fine now?
Yeah, description of the study area we can see. Thanks.
Oh, okay. No, thanks. I was still saying that Rustenburg local municipality is one of the local municipality which falls under Bojanala District Municipality in the Northwest Province in South Africa. It is consists of about 700,000 population, and is one of the fastest growing city in the country. and also in the province, maybe because of the mining sectors which which are surrounding the municipality. So in terms of the literature review, there are certain scholars who have identified challenges associated with the management of infrastructure, like the urbanization and population growth of people moving from rural areas to urban areas. That's wherein you find it gives a municipality pressure in terms of infrastructure growing demands, and also the issue of aging and deterioration of our infrastructure, which is caused by lack of asset management or asset registry, and also lack of infrastructure asset information, and also lack of skills, where you find that in a municipality, we have people who don't have the relevant skills in order to manage our infrastructure, and also lack of financing, which is a result of lack of implementation when it comes to Municipal Finance Management Act. So as such, we find that there are still other municipalities which are still using the traditional way of recording infrastructure, where they record down on a piece of paper, and that piece of paper end up getting lost, and information get lost along the way, and that on its own, it affects the infrastructure planning or the municipal planning. So there's this thing of a smart city concept, which are technological smart city principles. This one, which is used for managing infrastructure in our municipalities, which is the combination of ICT and GIS, which create an integrated infrastructure management, or a web GIS, which acts as a technology in terms of asset registry. And that integrated infrastructure management, it produces reports about the condition of assets, about the location of those assets, who update the information, something like that. So there's another one called institutional smart city principle. This one, it consists of citizens, civil society, and government working together to improve quality of life. In other words, it encourages to have collaboration of stakeholders and also citizen participation. And the last one is the human smart city principle. This one, it involves skills from human, and also it promotes participatory governance, wherein you find there's a participation of citizens on the development of a community. So this study, it evolves around the theoretical framework of smart city theory, with its aim of managing cities in a modern way using advanced technologies. Like I said in the previous slides of regarding those three principles, they are derived from this smart city theory. In terms of methodology, I've used qualitative research method, wherein I interviewed about 30 participants whom I chose them using non-probability sampling. And also I analyzed my data using thematic analysis, where I derived some codes and themes. In terms of results or the findings, I found out that in a municipality, they've got a lack of asset register or asset information or update of information. Whenever there's a new project which is being installed, let's say, for example, they are putting new pipes, we find that such information is not updated in the systems. And the other thing is that in a municipality, they've got different systems which doesn't even talk to each other. You find that at the water unit, they've got their own system for infrastructure, and find that at the finance for assets, they also have their own system, and also maybe in the planning department or the human settlement, they also have their own system. So those systems, they don't talk to each other. And along the way, information do get lost. So as such, participant or my findings suggest that a technological smart city principle the technological smart city principle is the one to go, like to have one integrated system in order to harness full potential of smart infrastructure, wherein we combined all those systems and all those information. So one of the participants indicated that integrating all asset management systems from different units into one centralized system offers numerous benefits. It enhances data sharing, streamlines workflows, and facilitates cross-departmental collaboration. By consolidating asset management system, we can avoid duplication of efforts, improve the accuracy and accessibility of asset information, and make more informed decisions regarding asset maintenance, repair, and replacement. And the other thing is the issue of using technologies from the same system or integrated system. That's wherein we can also collaborate using systems like telemetry, where we can measure the flow of water from the reservoir to the communities. Such information can find its expression into that system. And the other one is in a municipality, there's this thing of working in silos, where you find different departments not having steering committees, like working together and discussing issues when it comes to infrastructure. So as such, the governance smart city principles on managing municipal infrastructure was also explored, wherein the study found out that the inclusivity of municipalities, civil society, business stakeholders, and citizen participation in the management of infrastructure do plays a big role. Wherein one of the participants indicated that Rustenburg local municipality should coordinate planning for infrastructure with stakeholders like Department of Water and Sanitation, and also Department of Cooperative Governance, and also communities, together with the utilization of technologies to give warnings of any infrastructure challenges that might occur in order to have a proper coordination. And also the study elaborates on the governance framework of managing municipal infrastructure and municipal policies implementation. One of the participants also indicated that Rustenburg local municipality should act as a water service authority as stipulated in the Water Services Act by playing its role in rendering proper services and management of infrastructure, together with communities also playing its part by utilizing infrastructure in a sustainable way and paying rates and taxes for municipality to maintain such infrastructures. So in conclusion, the study managed to reach the aim and objectives wherein smart city principles in managing municipal infrastructure were identified. Like I've indicated, the inclusive governance as a smart city principles, which involves collaboration or partnership from the community point of view to the municipality and also other sector departments. And also the technological principles in the form of integrated infrastructure management, so that we can have sharing of information amongst the municipal departments and coordination of information, which removes working in silos. So as I conclude in terms of the recommendations, there are two aspects which I've mentioned there. Is the integrated infrastructure management systems that includes all sections or units that deals with planning, and also collaboration among stakeholders for infrastructure management. So these are my references, which I'm not going to go through them. And thank you so much. Back to you, Chairperson.
Many thanks, Tsifiwa, for your presentation about a very pertinent aspect when we think about technology and innovation in the urban setting, smart cities and smart city principles, and your application within your research in this context. And I think maybe we can touch on after the next presentation in the engagement session about the application of your findings potentially to other municipalities as well, and some of the pertinent lessons and I suppose you've learned in the context of policy to really drive this forward within the lens of, or through the lens of, evidence-based policy making. So thanks a lot, Tipiwe. I'm sure the participants and colleagues have also made a note of your presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, I think we can then move to the last presentation in this first part of the session before we take questions and engagement and engage with the previous speakers. So if I can maybe ask Adamu and Bello if you've connected. Right, Adamu, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Am
yes,
I audible?
yes, you're audible.
Okay, first of all, I would like to tender my apology for not using the banner. I've tried since, but I'm having some issues here with it. Can I present?
Yes, please do. Are you able to share your screen?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Adamu, are you able to share your screen?
Yes. Can you see the screen?
Not yet.
Can you see the screen now?
Not yet, Adamu.
Good. Can you see the screen now?
Not yet, no. Sibonile, do we perhaps have Adamu's presentation that we can maybe share from, or you can share from your side?
The slides.
Hello?
Hi, Sibonile.
Hello? Okay.
Hi, do you perhaps have Adamu's slides?
What slides?
Adamu, the presentation number 4 on the program.
Can you see a slide now?
No, not yet, Adamu. Colleagues, may I please suggest that just for the sake of the program and the time, Adamu, can I maybe just suggest that you email your presentation to Sibonile, just to that she has your slides so that we can project from our side. I think there might be an error or a challenge on your side to share the screen, if that's fine with you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sibonile, I just kindly request that you share your address with the presenter.
Hey, Adamo, please give me a second.
Okay, maybe you can.
Yeah.
Hi, okay, so we're still looking for the slides. Can we go to the next person and then we'll come back to Adamu?
All right, thank you.
All right,
All right,
thanks.
thanks.
Thanks for confirming, Sibonile. Adamu, then I think just after the questions and engagement session of this first part of the session, we'll just come to your presentation, firstly
All right,
after
thank
that break. All right, thank you. John, is John Warren Tamo here?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot, John. You're welcome to share your slides on shaping the spaces that shape space. Thanks a lot.
Hi, so I can start now. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible. Thank you.
Okay. Good day. I am John Warren Tamor from the University of the Philippines, Open University. And allow me to share my research entitled Shaping the Spaces That Shape Spaces. Inclusivity, Communication, and Power Among Stakeholders of Land Use Planning in Mahayhay, Philippines. To start with, let's talk about the problem of land. Land is an indispensable natural resource vital for the survival of humanity and ecosystems. But over the years, people have become progressively more adept at exploiting this precious source of life. For instance, increased demand or pressure on land resources results in food and water shortage, land conflicts, poverty, social disruption, and vulnerability to natural disasters. This calls for a better way for society to efficiently and sustainably manage these resources in the face of a rapidly changing global situation. Hence, it is important for the Philippines, an island country in the Pacific with limited land resources, to adhere to the practice of land use planning. Land use planning is quintessential to the planning practice as they fulfill their function in envisioning spatial trajectories for sustainable growth and realizing the development patterns of communities. In the Philippines, it is also very important for us to mainstream participatory planning in land use planning of local government, as it ensures that development processes are democratic, equitable, and by using participatory technique. And it also promotes devolutionary governance or the bottom-up approach towards development. In 2014, Acunzo et al. Discussed that participatory planning leads to a multiple way learning process where both the stakeholders and the planners learn from each other. It also promotes community ownership over the plan as more level of authority and power is delegated to community members. Participatory planning also allows for enhanced political and institutional support and paves the way to a gradual process of local empowerment. However, before delving deep into participatory planning, let us have a common definition of participation first. Participation is actually a very elusive concept because of its multitudes of definitions and applications. However, for the purpose of this research, let us view participations in two ways. Pragmatically, participation as a process that helps to improve the quality of public decisions, and in a normative perspective that it helps makes public processes democratic. It is also a primary concern for my research to ascertain or measure participation. With these, the various typologies of participation are important to be discussed. So first, the most popular typology of participation has been developed by Sherry Arnstein in 1969 that consists of 7 levels of citizen participation, ranging from low, which is manipulation, to high, which is citizen control. So this is a very one-dimensional perspective of participation. Meanwhile, Farrington and Bebington's axis has 2 dimensions, which highlights the intersection of stakeholders' inclusiveness and degrees of involvement in a given planning project. Visually, it puts the 2 dimension, which is depth and breadth, as intersecting axes in a simple quadrant diagram to illustrate 2 spectrums of participation. But in this study, however, participation takes on the 3-dimensional form, as described by Fang's democracy cube, in which participation has 3 dimensions: participant selection, authority and power, and communication. So Fang's democracy cube allows researchers to situate an institutional process. So it may be a process all over the democratic system. Somewhere in the democracy cube by answering these 3 important questions. So who the participants are? So you can see it here in this axis. How do they communicate with one another and make decisions with one another? You can see it here in this axis, and how their outcomes is incorporated into plans or policies or maybe other public actions. So these are the 3 important dimensions according to Fang's democracy cube. So to understand this study, it is better to define specific concepts. First is participatory space. So as you measure or ascertain specific participation instances in the quadrants or in the 3-dimensional space, you will have the outcome of a participatory space. So this refers to the institutional space where all of the stakeholders participate. So it could be defined by locating the mode of participant selection, communication and decision making, and power and authority within the 3-dimensional cube of Fang. The next is participant selection, which is the first important dimension of participation. So this describes how inclusive an institutional process is with regards to how participants are appropriately representative of the relevant population or the general public. Thirdly is communication and decision making, which is the second dimension of participation that Fang mentioned. So this refers to how deliberative stakeholders' interactions are with regards to communicating their preferences and working towards a collective decision. So at the lowest level, some stakeholders only listens as spectators, and at their most deliberative form, some stakeholders would use or equip their technical expertise. The fourth concept we need to define is authority and power. So Fang raised an inquiry on how people's participation impacts the outcome of participatory processes or planning. And in his own word, how is what participants say linked to what public authorities and participants themselves do? So the categories developed by Fang on the extent of authority and power can also be located along the spectrum that I showed you earlier. So from the least influential, which is personal benefit, to the most influential, which is direct authority. And lastly, we also have the concept of participatory design. So as you have a participatory space, this refers to how the space for participation could be designed furthermore to serve any of the following democratic values, which is legitimacy, justice, and efficiency. So these are important democratic values valued by the researcher. A participatory space is said to be legitimacy enhancing when it desires to provide a strong justification for citizens to support or obey its policies and actions. Meanwhile, a justice enhancing mechanisms, on the other hand, aims to address political inequality by enabling the access of groups who are often excluded or unorganized or too weak to participate to be included during the process. And lastly, effectiveness enhancing participatory design allows to prioritize the value of efficiency by taking into account the availability of information, resources, ingenuity, know-how, and other resources needed to address social problems. So given all of that, my study aims to provide a three-dimensional insight on stakeholders' participation, especially in the context of local governance and land use planning in the Philippines. It will also lead to viable recommendations that can potentially streamline participatory design in the comprehensive land use planning process. So specifically, these are my research questions. First, I want to identify the dominant mode of participant selection. Second, I want to define or find the dominant mode of communication and decision making. Third is I want to find the dominant mode of authority and power. And given all of that, I want to provide participatory design strategies that can be drawn during the workshop based on the democracy cue. In terms of methodology, I conducted deductive content analysis of workshop conversations transcribed from 3 selected land use planning phases. So I want to find the variables of interest in this selected planning phases, namely the vision setting phase, the situational analysis phase, and the public hearing phase of the plan. I use deductive coding, frequency counts, and percentages in terms of data analysis. So let's talk about the case study locale, which is Mahayhay, Philippines. So it is a 4th-class municipality with 40 barangays or subunits in the southernmost portion of the province of Laguna in the Philippines. So in 2020 to 2021, they were wrapping up the development of their comprehensive land use plan, which is a government-mandated plan in the Philippines. So let's talk about the results of my study. So in terms of answering the question, who participates, in terms of inclusivity, each of the participatory stages of the planning sessions, most of the participants selected to participate are expert administrators and elected representatives from the offices and departments of the city or the municipality. However, during the public hearing phase, the use of social media technology, specifically Facebook, allowed the planning process to be more inclusive and to include the diffuse public sphere. This allowed for representativeness of the public. In terms of the deliberativeness of the communication and decision-making mode of each of the participatory stages of the planning process, results varied based on the objectives of the workshop. So for the vision reality gap analysis, most of the participants deployed techniques and expertise in order to be able to participate in the conversation, while 26.1% only listened as spectator. And as you can see, you can also identify many other dominant modes of participation. However, the very deliberative mode of participation, which is deliberation and negotiation, only happened 1.9% of the time. In the situational analysis phase, however, you can see that 63.2% of the time, they were only listening as a spectator. By the way, during the vision reality gap analysis phase, deploying technique and expertise is the primary mode of the workshop because the workshop largely relies on official statistics or data from the departments or offices of the municipality, which are considered by the participants as reliable indicators in identifying the current reality of their municipality. Meanwhile, in the rest of the 2 planning phases, listening as spectator is both the dominant mode because during these workshops, the planners are focused on disseminating information about the situation and the plans in order for the participant to validate and confirm it. In terms of the influence of the authority and power of the stakeholders during the planning stages, advising and consultation have been the dominant mode of power during the vision setting phase. Meanwhile, for both the situational analysis phase and the public hearing phase, personal benefit was the most dominant. That means most of the participants were just there to maybe accomplish some of their personal agenda, such as being educated, or being informed, or even just complying to their specific jobs and responsibilities in the municipality. So based on the transcribed text, the other two modes of authority and power, co-governance and direct authority, were not observed at all, which implies that during all the three planning phases, the participants were not very influential or empowered by the process. So using Fung's democracy cube, analysis were drawn from the plotted 3 dimension of the participants. So as you can see, the participatory space for vision setting is the yellow box. The situational analysis participatory space is the violet or the purple box, and the green box is the public hearing phase. So it can be observed that among the 3 workshops, the public hearing phase is the most inclusive in terms of participant selection, while the vision setting phase is the most deliberative and empowering in terms of communication and decision mode. This also showed that situational analysis phase needs the most improvement in at least one of the 3 dimensions of participation. So this is the outcome participatory space of my research. So to provide recommendations, since the participatory space of the vision setting phase is already deliberative, or they already have a high communication decision mode, it is to be decided that the participatory design app for the vision setting phase is effectiveness enhancing participatory design. So it is necessary to revisit the guidelines on drafting the municipal vision. So it was legislated there that it is necessary to include scientific baseline assessments and technical information. So with this, I recommend that the effectiveness enhancing participatory design strategies should be used through data-driven decision-making, information and knowledge management for monitoring and evaluation, and capacitating data stewardship. The participatory space during the situational analysis phase is the most limited among the 3 planning phases analyzed in the study. This is because this phase scored at the lower tier for all dimensions of the participation. Based on this objective of the Planning Department of the Philippines, it is recommended to incorporate indigenous knowledge, systems, and practices. So the situational analysis phase is more appropriately designed to be justice enhancing. So during this time, it is recommended to adopt community-based situational analysis and the use of media and technology to be able to justify the justice enhancing participatory design. Among the 3 workshops, the public hearing phase is the broadest participatory space in the participant selection dimension. This has been made possible by the use of social media and in enabling the access of the public to the meeting. However, it ranked low in terms of communication and decision-making and authority and power. The main objective of the public hearing phase is to ensure that stakeholders' acceptability and to obtain the common ownership of the plan. Since this goal aligns with the democratic value of legitimacy enhancing participatory design, this could be done through the following strategies, which is laymanizing technical information and employing the open house format. So overall, my research has various important policy implications in the Philippine land use planning system. So first, we need to reconstruct land use planning as a highly communicative practice to better equip planners with communicative strategies that could improve the participatory design of each stage of the land use planning process. We also need to familiarize planning and development committees and other relevant planning bodies tasked to create the comprehensive land use plan with the participatory dimensions and design variations. As we always say, more participation is not always the best participation. And lastly, we need to mainstream participatory governance in the land use planning process by having members of the People's Council which exists in the Philippines within local government units, sit in the Land Use Planning Task Force to participate in deliberations, conceptualizations, and evaluations of land use planning efforts. So that is the result of my research. Thank you very much for listening, and back to the host.
All right, thank you, John, for that really good presentation about your quite holistic analysis of the public participation process within your study area, and I suppose the quite pertinent policy implications of that, and the application of that within land use management, and also referencing the use of media and technology in that regard. So thanks a lot for that presentation. I'm sure we can explore some of those themes a bit in greater detail in the upcoming question and engagement session. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Colleagues, so now we move to the next component of this first part of the session. It is about questions and engagement. Of the 4 presentations we just had about, just to refresh the memory on innovation for digital inclusion in cities, the impact of TOD on economic access, managing municipal infrastructure with specific reference to smart city principles, and then shaping the spaces that shape spaces. The presentation we just had from John with specific reference to public participation and how we can incorporate technology in this process. Colleagues, so the floor is open. If you have any questions or comments please, for any one of the 4 presenters we just had, perhaps you can just raise your hand, and then I'll direct you to unmute your mic. Thank you, colleagues. The floor is open. Right, so in the absence of any hands at this moment, perhaps I can just go to the first speaker, Chantal, about the innovation for digital inclusion in cities. I was just wondering about your perspective on how cities can leverage digital innovations to bridge socioeconomic divides and promote inclusivity. Just taking it back to the theme of the room, digital technology, digital innovation, and how it can be utilized to bridge socioeconomic divides. And I suppose also some of the core challenges you've found in cities actually implementing digital solutions. So we understand the potential of it. Perhaps that extends to bridging socioeconomic divides, supporting inclusivity, but also maybe you can just provide your perspective on the primary challenges that hinders this application of technology.
Thank you, Chair. I think, the challenge is actually, sort of incorporating government and policies and procedures that have been set to a bottom-up approach where we get participatory inclusion of the community involved, and there's quite a divide there, especially if you take South Africa for example. There's a vast difference in terms of technological advancement. There's certain areas that have high-speed internet connectivity, and then you go to like the rural areas where you can't even pick up cell phone reception. So there's quite a big digital divide that we need to still overcome. But I think coming back to inclusivity and technological advancements, what we need to look at is the first step, I think, is to, in terms of policies, where the right people need to be in the right positions and are trained. So from our planning policies, the implementation needs to come down to the people that are actually, rolling out these policies and procedures, so that there is no break in communication. I hope that answers a bit of it. But I think also, in terms of socioeconomic divides, we need to encourage more mixed-use developments. especially in areas where people don't have access to internet connectivity. It not only promotes interaction amongst various socioeconomic groups, but also it makes essential services more accessible to people that don't have access to it. And then also in terms of education, the quality of education is also, it's a cornerstone for socioeconomic mobility. So we need to ensure that all city schools have equal resources. We need to have qualified teachers that can teach the subject, and access to extracurricular programs that can also bridge the digital divide. And then we come to what the second presenter brought up about public transportation. It needs to be efficient and affordable. For example, we've got Go Durban, and it needs to link residents to lower income neighborhoods and job opportunities. And then we also need to have things like community centers where residents can have access to the resources and engage in cultural activities or get vocational training on utilizing technology. And inclusive public spaces where there's Wi-Fi available. Participatory governance as well is another form where we engage citizens in decision-making processes, and we ensure that there's a broader range of voices that can be heard, and it could be done through community engagement meetings, participatory led projects. And then also in terms of, I think infrastructure as well, we need to prioritize that with the quality of our roads, utilities, and also our public services. And we just need to ensure that we're bridging the socioeconomic divides in cities is not just a one-time effort, but it also requires a sustained commitment and innovation, and it is a holistic approach. And by addressing these challenges, I think we'll have a head-on. We can have cities that become more inclusive and prosperous and harmonious to environments for all of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Chantal. Thanks for the response as well, and for your initial presentation. My question is answered. Thanks a lot for that. Colleagues, do we have? I suppose it'll make sense if we go through the presentations in order. Do we have any additional questions or comments for Chantal? Hi, Helene. Helene, do you want to ask a question? Okay, colleagues, is there anyone else that wants to ask a question or comment?
Mr. Pretorius.
Prof. Gumbo, thanks.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I'm the co-chair and I'm enjoying the main chair, doing a good job there. Yeah, I enjoyed all the 4 presentations, brilliant presentations. But I just wanted to have a conversation with Bradley on what is, I'm sure you are also the co-author, Mr. Pretorius. What could be the reasons behind, I would say, the low uptake of these spaces along transport developments? I think we've had very impressive corridors of freedom, as you indicated, Bradley. Presentation. So I don't know what could be the reasons, especially we're talking about zoning, rezoning along those beautiful corridors and all that. But if we look at some of these corridors, we don't seem to see activity there or some kind of massive developments to indicate the benefits of, in a way, having a vibrant transport system along some deliberate, I would say, routes to inspire development. What could be the reasons behind that, and what needs to be done really to sort of inspire development along those lines, or influence, so to say? Mr. Pretorius, you can also respond, no problem. It's just a conversation. I'm just interested in saying what could be happening after massive, I would say, investment in these corridors of freedom. We don't see much that's happening. Of course, as he indicated, there could be some form of development. The same applies maybe even with our, one could just extend to pedestrian walkways. One could talk about that as well. Say, we've had pedestrian walkways in Joburg as well, but what's happening along those lines and all that, and the vision behind the corridors of freedom and having that transit-oriented development, and what could be done? Because I remember Mr. Pretorius talked about the need for action, the call for action when he was in a way wrapping up his presentation. So now to get things done and in a way influence development, what could be done, what could be missing, and all that. Thanks very much. I don't know again to what extent maybe these corridors of freedom and transit-oriented development have sort of impacted on the lives of the indigent, the poor amongst the poor in the city of Johannesburg, or so to say. Thanks very much. How it's promoting inclusivity. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, main Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Gumbo, for that input. Colleagues, we just received just a request from organizers that we please just switch on our cameras when speaking. So that's just for the rest of the speakers as well. But thanks for your question, Prof. Gumbo. Bradley, your response to Prof. Gumbo's question?
Yes. Oh, sorry, let me just put my camera on. That's a very good question, Prof. And I think it's a question I was hoping that nobody would ask, but you did ask it, so I'll try my best to answer it. So yes, the initiatives were developed quite a while ago. It's been 10+ years. And with regard to your question to us not seeing the benefits or the implementation or successful transit-oriented development in these corridors, ties in with the second objective of the research, which was to provide policy insights for successful transit-oriented development in the corridor. And I wish I could have included it in the presentation, but because of time, I omitted this section and just included a policy recommendation related to integrated transport systems. But yes, what we did in this study was we looked at the literature and tried to identify which policy instruments are required for the successful implementation of transit-oriented development. And the literature, what we found was that things such as land use and zoning regulations, infrastructure investment with regards to multimodal transport, public-private partnerships, integrated transport policies, affordable housing, just to name a few. And these instruments are implemented through planning policies such as your integrated development plans, your spatial development frameworks, your growth and development strategies. And what we found is, and this is probably going to answer your question with regards to why we aren't seeing much of the benefits. While some of them do incorporate transit-oriented development goals and objectives, we found that most of the policies, well, that is from a City of Johannesburg perspective, they still require further review and implementation. For example, the growth and development strategy still needs, we found that it still needs to implement transit-oriented development goals and objectives, as successful transit-oriented developments require all stakeholders to be involved in all phases of the project. With regards to the private to public-private partnerships, we found that the IDP also still needs to explore opportunities for these partnerships so that to finance, accelerate, and implement transport infrastructure within these corridors to see not only the economic benefits of a transit-oriented development, but also to see wider benefits of inclusivity. An important one was also the land use scheme. Interestingly, the City of Johannesburg land use scheme makes little to no mention of transit-oriented development. So it's a policy like that that also requires additional focus to enable mixed use and high density developments in transit-oriented developments and precincts. So planning focus needs to be on improving these, the brief limitations that I mentioned, on this front in the city of Johannesburg, but these limitations can also be implemented or addressed in other municipalities in the country, because as we know, they all have integrated development plans, strategic development frameworks. So these recommendations also apply to other cities. So to answer your question in short, why we aren't seeing accessibility benefits or the outcomes of transit-oriented development in these corridors is because from a policy perspective, much of them don't make mention of transit-oriented development goals and objectives.
Thank you, Bradley, for that specific focus on actual policy instruments that we can look at to really drive this process forward. And as Prof. Gumbo alluded to, really extract the significant potential within, inherent to TOD to, as in the context of this research, economic access, but broader socioeconomic inclusivity and transformation within a specific context of South Africa as well. I suppose we can take this, we can broaden the scope of the challenges as well from policy, and we can look at broad aspects such as, I suppose, on a practical level, financial constraints, the construction of new infrastructure and related operationalization of this the TOD process and initiatives. It takes a lot of funding, a lot of capital, very capital intensive over long term as well. So I suppose that might be a limitation. Land ownership, property rights, acquiring land for development, rezoning areas, that connects to your comment on land use schemes. It might meet resistance from existing property owners and delay or hinder supposed plans for higher densities around TOD nodes or adjacent precincts or whatever it may be. Stakeholder opposition, implementation delays can be attributed to some of the other components as well. I think the appropriate, the most important policy instruments, I think, have been identified, and you mentioned a rather more holistic incorporation of TOD measures within those policies to really drive the process forward. So thanks for that, Bradley. Prof. Gumbo, any response from your side?
No, thanks very much. As you mentioned again, let me put my video on. Can you see me? Thank you very much, LP, and thanks very much, Bradley. As you mentioned, stakeholder, did you say opposite or something? I was thinking of stakeholder engagement as well, to say, to what extent do these various departments work together and drive maybe a common purpose? That's very, very important, because you may find that there's a transport department within the municipality itself. There's city of Johannesburg, then there's economic development department. Do these, in a way, various sections, in a way, speak to each other when they are developing such? Because, for example, I was saying, yes, we can extend it to pedestrian walkways that were developed, but are they being used? Are they, in a way, benefiting? For example, one would say, if they were going to incorporate, for example, informal trading, you would have pedestrian walkways properly, in a way, developed and situated. You get the point. Then we have people who are selling and well organized. You get the point. So people who are selling, who are surviving on informal trading and all that, they are properly placed. They are not harassed. They are not misplaced. You get the point. Then they benefit. And people who are working as well, they also benefit in a way. So it's a win-win situation. The same applies when we have this transit-oriented development. Then we have businesses that are setting up along those routes. You get the point. So I don't know, in terms of stakeholder engagement, in terms of making sure that these departments don't work in silos, to what extent can we have maybe these people in one room always making reference to each other, having same meetings or fora or endeavors? You get the point. Say, this is what we need to do. Let's support our people, especially the poor of the poorest or the indigent, all that. So yeah, one really keeps wondering if these people are talking to each other. Sometimes one could think of local government and provincial government within the same city. You get the point, because we have the office of the premier, so many departments in a way within that. You get the point. Then we have as well the municipality being headed by the municipal manager and with the mayor. These guys really driving the same thing in the city, for example, city of Johannesburg. So stakeholder engagement, I think, is very, very important, because you may find out that at the end of the day, we have white elephants in the city because people are not talking to each other. So that was my reaction. But otherwise, a brilliant response from Bradley and OP as well, the co-authors. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Prof. Kumbo. Thanks a lot to Bradley as well. Colleagues, if I can maybe now just open the floor for any comments on the third presentation that we had, managing municipal infrastructure using smart city principles. If I may just open the floor for a conversation. If you can maybe just broadly comment on how smart city principles have transformed infrastructure management in Rustenburg. I suppose just taking a step back there, just mention your perception on the extent to which smart city principles are incorporated within this process, and what has been the effect of the incorporation. And I suppose connected to that, what other municipalities can learn from this process in Rustenburg. Thanks, Tifiwa.
No, thank you so much. From my experience regarding this study, I realized that smart city principle is of good because it this thing of working in silos, like what Prof. Kumba was indicating now. You find that, like for instance, you find that the Department of Water and Sanitation, they do have some other things that they are doing in the municipality, but they are not talking to us as a municipality, and us from our side, we also have our own information. So if we have that stakeholder engagement, that's wherein we can integrate all this information from a provincial point of view, and also national point of view, and also from our side as a local government, so that we can have one integrated system where even a person who's working on a human settlement department can have access to such information. Like for instance, if maybe there's a formalization of a settlement, so that they can understand where are those pipes, or where are those infrastructures, where can they do planning in regards to putting all those pipes. So I think it's all about integration of information, if I may put it that way. Sorry, Chairperson, I can't hear you.
You're muted, Chairperson. Chair, could you unmute?
Oh, sorry. Apologies. Thanks, Shakila. Tifiwa, I was just opening the floor for other colleagues as well to ask any questions or comment on your response. All right. In the absence of any additional questions, Tifiwa, thanks once again for your very interesting presentation about a very pertinent issue and a very pertinent, theoretical theme as well, the smart city incorporation. Colleagues, just on the last presenter, John, presenting on shaping the spaces that shape space with specific reference to public participation. I was just wondering, I suppose, if I may open the floor, I was just wondering about and it wasn't specifically mentioned in the presentation, but it's something that comes up in conversations about public participation in a South African context, and maybe you're able to comment on that, similarities perhaps between the two contexts. But I was just wondering about how does the balance of power among stakeholders affect the participation process and final decisions in urban planning? Yeah, as I mentioned, it's not specifically mentioned, but perhaps just your perspective on that.
Yeah, the balance of power, especially the specific duties and responsibilities given to a specific stakeholder inside the room, inside the meeting room where they were planning, it takes a long way. And that's actually one of the dimensions we are trying to measure, how much those kinds of duties and responsibilities delegated to the stakeholders or the participant in a planning workshop translates into the final planning document, in whatever type of document that is, may it be on land use planning, may it be on smart city planning. But that is one important factor on how to ensure that those specific opinions or let's say contributions, suggestions by not only the lay people but even the general public is incorporated into specific plans later on. So I think much of in the Philippines, at least in our context, much of our inputs when it comes to planning comes from the public that is being invited during the planning phases, and those inputs or data sets that we were able to gather or we were able to have come together. That's what we use in designing specific spatial strategies, and even aside from the inputs that they give, we also use their participation to validate what the technical planners want to validate to the public. So I think it really is a very important aspect in planning.
Thanks, John. Just a brief follow-up, just my own interest, I suppose, and for the interest of the group. You mentioned the media and the technology and how that can be implemented. Are you able to mention just, I find sometimes in our discussions about tech in planning in different contexts, the challenge is really to make it as practical as possible, practical interventions. Are you able to just mention one or two practical technological, I suppose, interventions that can help in this process?
One thing that really worked in our context here in the Philippines, because a lot of Filipinos or people from the Philippines use social media. So that's one of the most important digital or technological aspect that we need to bank on, because the people is already there. They already know how to use their mobile phones, their smartphones. They already know how to use social media. So in our case, we are very active in Facebook, and some of us also use YouTube. So even those who are not really educated enough or has that enough education to participate formally inside closed room discussions within municipal halls, they can still join through their smartphones. So that's one important aspect that is often overlooked. So some planners usually think when it comes to integrating technology in the planning process, they think about mass participation. So the use of really advanced technologies, just so that the opinions of the people can be pulled together. But we need to consider what specific digital skills are already present in the people that you're trying to invite with. Because if the commons folk doesn't understand the technology that you're trying to introduce to them, then participation would be worthless. So you really need to understand what specific digital literacy skills that they need to have before being able to push for the integration of specific digital technologies to be used in enhancing participation in planning.
All right, perfect. Thanks, John. Appreciate the response. Colleagues, if I may just open the floor for additional questions or comments before we wrap this engagement session on the first part. All right, let me just have a look at the chat.
OP, maybe I can come in just briefly.
Oh,
Thanks, Prof.
Thanks very much. I don't know. What could be, John, what could you maybe consider as maybe the the bottlenecks when it comes to participation? What are the limits? Because we always talk of limits to participation. In this case, what would you say are those obstacles or bottlenecks when it comes to efforts to try and ensure that there is really effective participation in this regard? Thanks very much.
Specifically in urban planning or land use planning in our context already, the common people or like the lay people, they don't really appreciate what urban planning is in our country. So when they are being invited, so a lot of government workers or urban planners really want them to be a part of the meeting, of the conferences, but they don't really appreciate urban planning much as they could, because maybe it's part of the educational system in in the country. So maybe the incorporation of urban planning or an appreciation of planning, just planning at all, it would be very beneficial, no? So to be a common like duty to be emphasized as a citizen of a certain city or a certain country or nation. So that's one important bottleneck, ensuring that the people understand their contribution as a as a citizen and their civic duty to the urban planning sphere as well. Another I think another bottleneck that I can see and I've observed during my research study is the culture. So one of the most important bottlenecks that affected the conversations, the dialogue within the workshop that transpired during the planning process was culture. So a lot of in the Philippines, it is very usual to have that mindset to just obey what the larger authority said. So if they think that they cannot challenge what an expert or a politician says about a certain issue or topic, they wouldn't respond. They wouldn't respond against it. They would just agree. They would just listen. They would just give affirmation. But you can already observe it that some participants really don't like the idea. But since it's the culture in our specific context, it's already a big part, the planning culture or even the government culture. It's one of the major bottlenecks that are really hard to change for me, because it's a behavioral challenge rather than a technical challenge.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that response, and thanks, Prof. Kumbo, as well. We have one hand, Shelton Sitole. You're welcome to ask your question, sir.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
You're audible. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Maybe I'll just pick from the question that Prof. asked on the bottlenecks of participation and how the previous speaker was sharing experience from the Philippines. But I think a roundup is that Victoria's, when the presenters were doing or conducting their presentations, I couldn't help to compare all those presentations to my city. I'm from the city of Bulawayo, a town practicing planner there. So I was just relating each and every issue to the city of Bulawayo, and I can't agree more with the speaker that I think possible the barriers to participation, especially from a land use planning perspective, is that the planning fraternity seems to be too specialized for most of our stakeholders. For example, when preparing a master plan or a local development plan, you know, when you feel that maybe there could be simpler ways of trying to explain these development plans or these urban planning tools, so that at the end, the participation, we can get more from the participants themselves. So I can't agree more with the speaker that in most cases, we seem to be sharing things that are alien to our stakeholders. So possibly it speaks to us to having innovative ways of sharing, especially on land use planning. But also in his presentation, he shared that in most cases, there is more participation than the best participation. So you will find that each and every phase of a local development plan or a master plan would say you need to consult at this stage. And that is done, but in most cases, it is just done for the sake of doing consultation or participation than merely involving the stakeholders to be involved. So in most cases, it's just done to tick the boxes to say we've done consultations. But moreover, I think this has been the best platform. I couldn't help myself just to say we need more of this platform so that we could share our stories and comparisons. I like the presentation about smart cities. I think it's Rustenburg, and I couldn't help myself to imagine where is the city of Flower in that perspective, and I could see some similarities, I could see some differences, but also I could agree more with the recommendations. And probably there is need for more collaboration. Thank you, Chair. That would be those would be my submissions.
Thank you, Shelton. I appreciate your comments and question. It wasn't always 100% clear, but we caught the gist of it. Thanks a lot, Shelton. John, do you have any response to Sheldon?
Hopefully if I can come in before him, then you will just come at the end.
Okay, thanks, bro.
No, thanks very much, Opie. Thanks, John. And appreciation to Shelton. Yeah, he's my brother from Lawayo there. Yeah, I can in a way attest and to what he just said. Oh yes, but when John was responding, it was convincing as Shelton indicated, but already I was thinking of maybe an effort to balance the two sides. Normally we look at the demand and the supply side. So I was saying to myself, isn't it, because we was talking about planning itself and maybe the way it's done. So isn't it that maybe is the practitioners one thing that are in a way, that's one thing that could be in a way, I would say missing. So to say, planning as a discipline is not well understood, as Shelton indicated. What needs to be done to make sure that really people appreciate this discipline of town planning? So it could be the supply side that is weak, and not the demand side, because when John started, it was as if now it's the residents that are to blame. But later on, he came in and say the authority sometimes really maybe just use language that is not easily, you can say, decodable. You can't decode it easily, and all that. And one would then think that there's need for effort from, say, the planning practitioners themselves. Are they really going out there and conscientizing people, sensitizing them about this discipline of planning and their rights? Because sometimes developments just take place, and the newspaper maybe at some point, some 2-3 months back, was carrying maybe some call to object or to support, but because people really are not aware of what's happening, really, they just see developments taking place in their neighborhoods. You get the point. They never participated, but the opportunity was there. It was just a mere box ticking exercise, like what Shelton indicated. So what needs to be done? Maybe the conscientization should really emanate and originate from the planning discipline practitioners from the university. So like we're coming from the university, Shelton is coming from the municipality. So what needs to be done by institutions of higher learning to make sure that people know about town planning? The same applies to municipalities as well. What do they need to do to make sure that people really get to know of their rights to object? For example, imagine OP, a funeral parlor is just next door in a, you get the point, in a neighborhood. The next thing you see coffins coming out and this and that. But 3 months back, there was some kind of a call to represent and to object, but people didn't know about that and they didn't participate. But you realize that in most cases, even in Zim, I know when it comes to demolitions, they are common in I would say, poor neighborhoods. The city council can easily demolish and they don't know their rights, how to go about it and all that. But when they get to these high, I would say, income areas, then they normally, in a way, hesitate because these guys can take them to court. You get the point. So is planning saving the poor, or is only there to serve the rich and the politically connected and the, I would say, the powerful ones? You get the point. So who participates and when? You get the point, with what consequences? That's very, very important. Sometimes we have people who participate, but it's those ones who are rich, who have the monies and all that. But when it gets to those who are poor, really, they always get the, I would say, some kind of bad, I would say, treatments or outcomes of planning. It's not fair when it comes to poor people. So I think we need to look into it that way, to say what needs to be done from the higher education institutions and also municipalities, those actors that need to take planning to the people. I think that's very, very important. That's my reaction there.
Thank you, Prof. Gumbo. Thanks, Shelton, as well. John, maybe just a few very brief concluding remarks so that we can conclude this section.
Through you, Chairperson.
Tipiwa?
Oh, yes, I wanted to put another comment here to say, like in agreement with Mr. Shelton was saying, I remember when I was conducting the interviews, there was this other one participant who indicated that this thing of IDP, community participation, is no longer serving the purpose. It's like a place where people vent their frustrations. So I think it's very much important that our community participation must be done, if possible, quarterly. And these things of going to the community once in a year is like ticking the box to say we have done it, and then we can go to the following year. So the other thing which I wanted to add also, yes, we are living in the fourth industrial revolution where technology is taking over. But I think from my point of view, I would say that as planners must not shy us away from reviving this community participation, because like for my studies, communities or citizens are the people who are the end users of such infrastructure. So they know what is happening on the ground. So if we can allow technology to take over and forget about our community through this IDP and also all these policies, Municipal System Act. So I think it's best if we can find a way where we integrate all of them. You don't have to rely much on the technology alone, but also include community participation. No, thank you.
John, I just thank you, Mr. Tipiwa. I appreciate it, John. Just your brief remarks. Thanks.
So yeah, I just want to thank everyone who shared their stories and anecdotes. As someone from a critical sociology background, these types of anecdotes and stories is what pushed me to really formally study the phenomenon of participation, specifically in urban planning, and its many phases as well, or its many dimensions. So I think just understanding how these participatory spaces can be differed according to what values you want to emphasize. If you want to emphasize civic participation, if you want to emphasize indigenous values, etc., it really matters. It really depends on what type of government as well is trying to manage all of these urban problems. So this is really the bottom line of all of this is really on how a society works in its culture. So thank you very much for all of the comments as well.
Thank you, John. And I support what you said as well. Thank you for the rest of the participants for the questions and comments. Really interesting first part of the session. Just on that note, colleagues, I think we can just, if you'd allow us, I think it'll be a good practice just to have a 5-minute comfort break. We're already over the program in terms of time allocation, but 5-minute comfort break. We can reconvene at 13 past 2, and then we can continue with the next presentations. The first one being Adamu. Then we can continue from there. Thank you, colleagues, and I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thanks. Right, thank you, colleagues. I think we can recommence with the session, rather part 2 of the session. And I think we can start with the presentation from Adamu. Adamu, are you in the session? Has your presentation been sorted? Adamu, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, perfect. Have you been able to share your presentation?
Yes, I have shared the slides to them.
Okay. Okay. And, right, Doc Papula is sharing. Thank you, Doc. All right, perfect. Thank you, Dr. Papula. Adamu, you're welcome to commence. Colleagues, just a comment briefly from my side to the speakers. If we can just maybe try to keep it within the 15 minutes that we do have for the presentations. I'll just notify you when the 15 minutes is over so that we can conclude the presentation. Thanks, Adamu. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Fraterus. My name is Shafiu Adamu. I'm from Kano University of Technology. Approach for accelerating urban resilience in Nigeria and the inclusiveness in Nigeria. These are the content of the presentation. Include introduction, the urban resilience and inclusiveness conceptual understanding, urban land use policies, challenges, and the way forward, that is how to improve land use planning to enhance resilience. And conclusion. Introduction. About 54% of the world human population currently lives in cities, and this is set to rise to 66% by 2050, according to United Nations. The primacy of cities as a center of economic, social, educational, industrial, etc., has continued to attract people into the urban areas. And this increasing trend of urbanization and unprecedented growth makes cities more vulnerable and exposed to a variety of disaster and risks, which make urban planning more critical. In Nigeria, this rapid urbanization phenomenon has resulted in an unplanned and unregulated growth. Urban resilience is an essential component of urban development. It is one of the key components of urban management strategies to ensure urban sustainability. Poor land use planning in Nigeria result in many urban problems manifested in the deterioration of cities into slums, congestion, pollution, flooding, etc., etc. The objectives, the aim of the paper is to examine the potency of land use planning as a tool for accelerating urban resilience in Nigeria. The objectives include to analyze the effect of urbanization in physical planning, examine the influence of policies in controlling and managing the use of land in Nigeria, to identify and analyze the challenges of urban land use planning in Nigeria, and finally suggest how this land use planning can be improved to enhance urban resilience. The methodology used is purely on the secondary source of data, that include the critical review of the literature review, documentary, and the analysis of keyword reports. Urban resilience, conceptual understanding. Globally, urban resilience sorry, the slide went somewhere. has been the subject of mass concern and debate among policymakers and developmental experts, etc. Most common and widely used definition is the ability of cities to absorb and resist any shock and stress. According to OECD 2016, they define resilient cities as those cities which are able to absorb, adapt, transform, and prepare for the past and future impact of socio-economic and environmental shocks or stresses in order to promote sustainable development, well-being, and inclusive growth. The urban land policies in Nigeria. Urban policies in Nigeria are intricately tied to urban planning and development, housing, production, and uses of land, etc., etc. Many policies were historically promulgated, starting from the colonial Europe reservation policy, British Town and Country Planning Act 1931, Nigerian Town and Country Planning Ordinance, Land Use Decree, Nigerian Urban Regional Planning Law 1992, National Urban Development Policy 1992, and the amended one in 2012. All these policies were meant to solve land issues, promote pleasant and livable human environment, and to control urban development. However,
Adamu, can you hear us?
These policies do not achieve objectives. The challenges and false coordination among developmental agencies. Nigerian agencies, parastatal and military ministries were engaged in the planning activities and without proper reference to each other. And from the onset, it is this lack of coordination that hamper the implementation of land policies, and the corruptions and poor governance, that is poor commitment and political will. And it is this lack of sometimes the coordination that leads or created a room or shelter for the corruptions. And what are the approaches, way forward? The approaches include: one, land use planning for a long-term development goals and objectives. Responsive and integrative land use, both with disaster, that is integration both with disaster and reduction and other fiscal attributes. Adaptive, given that the community profile, size, and density changes over time. For example, it is these long-term development objectives or planning objectives, integrative, innovative, inclusive, and good design that has made the city of Singapore to have dense development which do not feel overly crowded, and the city is yet pleasant and functional environment. Inclusive is also another way, that is to ensure less partial segregation and foster diversity. Next, emphasize the provision of parks and green and open spaces. Parks and open spaces connect communities. The Nigerian cities should also emphasize the provision of parks and open spaces. For example, it was a vivid example that it is lack of these open spaces and parks that led to the conversion of football stadiums and fields into the isolation centers for COVID-19 during COVID-19 pandemic. And the land use planning also should be a risk-based land use planning that is tied to the objectives of risk-based land use planning, which include first identifying and mitigating the disaster risks already embedded in the land urban development via building code or regulations. Also support emergency by providing adequate open spaces and adequate wide road networks. It is clear that in our cities, we don't have this rapid support by emergency in our cities. We don't have enough open spaces and the parks, which in the case of the disaster or pandemic like COVID-19. Also, it includes among the approaches, the changes of mindset among students and all stakeholders. This can be achieved through massive awareness campaign and the engagement of public engagement in decision making. For example, Nigerian cities can get experience from the city of Karlstad in Sweden, which integrate disaster risk reduction (DRR) into the urban planning and allocated huge financial resources in the budget allocation in 2009, which support the production or the formulation of disaster risk management plan and investing hugely on the stormwater drainage and providing embankment constructions or embankment and elevated structures. Conclusion: for Nigerian cities to prosper, grow and make their contribution to social economic well-being of present and future generations, there is need for a more fundamental rethinking of land use planning to cover a long-term growth and development, inclusiveness and integration of disaster risk reduction into consideration for future disaster occurrence, and as well to promote innovative policies, action to enhance their resilience. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Adamu. Much appreciated. I think the presentation and the research in general is about a very important topic in planning, specifically, urban resilience and the need to be able, for the urban environment to be able to absorb and adapt to shocks, but also shocks in the future. That short and long-term view of things. And I think maybe one or two of the themes that we can look at during the engagement component is the different type of shocks that with specific reference to Nigerian urban environments that these cities are vulnerable to, and potential responses to that. But I think we'll just touch on that during the engagement session. Thank you, Adamu.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pula, for sharing the presentation as well. Colleagues, I think we can then move to the second presentation of this second part, which is by Ramapulane Mpanya. Ramapulane, are you in the session?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome to share your screen and take us through your presentation.
Sorry, the first my number.
Colleagues, can we just mute our mics, Adamu, if you're able to hear me? Thank you. Okay, thanks. Please continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. If you can just put your presentation in presentation mode, then we're all set.
All right. Let me try and fix it.
Perfect. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ramapulane Mpanya. I'm a PhD Urban and Regional Planning candidate under the supervision of Professor Tainos Gumbo and Dr. Jojo Natu at the University of Johannesburg. And I'll be giving out a presentation about evaluating the efficacy of spatial planning strategies in the development of basic infrastructure services, and a focus on water supply provision in Hammanshelwa, Maseru, Lesotho. So here in the next slides is the table of contents, and I'll first start by presenting the introduction. The theoretical framework is based on the theory of good city form, and then the location the location of the study area, the methodology used, the discussion of the results, and conclusion and recommendations. So with regard to the introduction, we would first and foremost understand that most parts of the developing world are faced with challenges on how spatial planning strategies and development goals can improve access to basic services provisions. There are various players that are involved in the planning and provision of basic services in different spaces, be it the local government or national government. The planning of these basic services still remains, however, the planning of these basic services still remains the responsibility of the state and local governments. Most developing countries are not efficient in the provision and delivery of basic services on deserving communities. In developing countries, government agencies do not extend basic services, especially to the urban poor. It is also important to note that, it is important to query the efficacy of planning strategies and programs in the provision of basic services. And also, there is a misconception that the abundance of water and the construction of dams by the Lesotho Highlands Water Project means there is an efficient water supply in the country. So, with regard to our theoretical framework, we used the theory of the good city form and insights from Hammanshelwa, which is our study area. So, this theory was developed on the principle that consideration needs to be given to the relationship between city form and human purpose by Kevin Lynch in 1981. This theory is based on 5 principles, being access, fit, vitality, control, and sense. So Kevin Lynch articulated connections between human values and the physical form of the cities. In this study, the application of the first principle of access in Hammanshelwa is interrogated. In the context of the Hammanshelwa, which is our study area, it is important to note that there is an equal access to water supply, mainly because public taps are located only along the main road. The residents who live far from the main road have to travel longer distances to fetch water with buckets and wheelbarrows. Hence, it can be deduced that the access to water in this settlement is highly compromised. With regard to the research methodology used, we used a qualitative approach in which we collected and analyzed the data through the semi-structured interviews. Also, we collected data from 4 data sources, which are observations, photography, and a policy review, together with the semi-structured interviews. And the sampling method used here was a purposive sampling method, where we subjectively selected the participants that we interviewed. A sample size of 6 was deemed to be relevant, as no new information could be generated as we continued with our interviews. However, as initially planned, we had planned to interview the town planners from the Mazinot Community Council, which is responsible for the governance of our study area, but we are unable to acquire information from the town planners. Instead, we conducted a document review, which we then analyzed the policies. Discussion of the results. The first variables would be the planning and water supply. And with regard to the planning and water supply, we then looked into the planning standards of Lesotho. These planning standards are meant to guide physical planning for the whole country, except the central areas of Maseru, which is the capital city. These planning standards are related to housing areas, and they are basically the town planning ambitions of local authority or council. Hence, they are working tools for town planners. Notably, to address the provision of public utilities, such as the supply of water within a housing area, the planning standards provide that in low cost and site and services areas, water may be provided through public taps. Such taps should be located far away from significant traffic routes and in relation to the plots they serve, such that no main road should be crossed to reach them. So, the planning standards provide that only 20 plots per household should be served by a single public tap, public stance, which falls within 10-meter radius. What can be drawn from these provisions is that planning has not been efficient in providing for supply of water in our study area, which is Hammansebo, based on the provisions of this statutory document, in the sense that we observe that the planning standards dictate that people shouldn't cross a main road in order for them to fetch water. But what is happening on the ground is that the public stand taps are located along the main road, which means that people on the other side of the road would have to cross the road in order for them to access water to the public stand taps. The settlement in itself signifies a mixed housing area where one can find all the three income groups, which are low, middle, and high income groups located in the same area. So already, if you look into the provision which says the public utilities such as a supply of water within housing area should provide only the low cost and site and services area. The provision gives us what would say the planning for water is not provided for. Also, with regard to the basic infrastructure development, we identified that along the main road, there are makeshift taps. There are makeshift taps, which as we interviewed the people from the study area, they indicated that they made or they constructed this makeshift taps as a response to the lack of water supply in the study area. As I indicated earlier, that some taps are located at a further away distance from the people. The people decided to then say, okay, because there's a pipeline that is along the main road, we can now construct or extract our own stand taps from that pipeline, as you can see in the picture. Also, with regard to the last variable, which is the water supply hardships experiences from the case study area, it was observed that the public taps extracted by the resident enable them to source water, as you can see on the picture from the right of your screen. It was observed that the public taps as extracted by the resident enable them to source water. However, as it can be observed in the attached picture, the residents also find it hard to fetch water from these very same taps because there are no proper drainage systems constructed to carry the water that spills down on the ground. Hence, they then have to either put on their gumboots as they go and fetch water from those particular taps. So the general assumption is that because they were illegally constructed, there was no time to construct drainage systems to collect the spilled water. With regard to the distance to the main water source. It was observed that the public taps are located further away from the houses. Households fetch some water in buckets loaded in wheelbarrows for over 700 meters distance. In terms of distance, the government of Lesotho planning standards indicate that a person should not travel more than 100 meters to access water. And the perception is that people should not travel or walk long distances to access water. And this is echoed by Mudzingwa 2017, that the preferable location to place the water facilities within a household vicinity. Thus, this paper argues that the planning standards should be people-centered to improve the efficacy of planning and the provision of basic services. The paper also acknowledges that community has the ability to plan for themselves. And from this, we can deduce that planning is not just a blueprint exercise only done by those with qualifications, which are town planners and engineers. Therefore, the bottom-up approaches whose efficacy proves to be key in Hammansebo should be encouraged by the planning standards. These findings also connect properly with the vision and articulation of Kevin Lynch publication of Good City Form and how planners can give meaning to good places for people to live, work, and play. In conclusion, this study explored the efficacy of planning, the development of infrastructure with the key focus on basic services, provision specifically water supply in Hammansebo. Although the study results indicate the inefficiency of planning as a tool in the provision of water in the study area. Although the results revealed that bottom-up approaches, which are usually classified as people-centered, have been efficient in improving access to water in the study area. And as such, it is important for the planning standards, regulations, and institutions to promote good governance that can enable people-centered infrastructure development initiatives. This paper provided insights and perceptions that the residents have towards access and water supply and supply of water, as well as what it means in their context. This paper therefore concludes by urging the local government, which is the Mazina Community Council, that they have much to cover in terms of creating town planning standard that aims towards achieving an improved basic infrastructure in Hammansebo. And central to that, it should create an engagement with the community in the project planning process. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rampulane. I really appreciate the presentation. And I think the latter thing you mentioned about participation, community participation within this process and engagement with the local community, within your research that speaks to inefficiency in planning, with specific reference to water provision, but also the need for a bottom-up approach. And at the end of the day, connecting it to the broader conference theme about asking the question, what is the state's capacity to create a conducive policy environment to facilitate the creation of this bottom-up approach to mitigate the planning inefficiencies that are current in your study area. So thanks for the presentation. There's for sure points that we can touch on in the engagement session as well. And thank you for staying within your 15-minute time allocation as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
All right, colleagues, I think we can now move to the next presentation by Brendan Boyce regarding the critically examining professionalization of human settlements sector in South Africa. So, Brendan, over to you.
Thanks, Mr. Pretorius, and thank you to the conference organizers for giving me the opportunity to present. I have sent my paper to Dr. Yobami. I'm hoping you'll help me to flight it. I'm having a bit of difficulty, although I'm in Pretoria, the Wi-Fi is very spotty. I hope you can hear me, colleagues. And I want to also thank colleagues for the wonderful inputs that they had earlier in the session. Very informative.
Thank you, Brendan. No, we can hear you. I just want to confirm with Dr. Pula. Will you be able to share the presentation? Dr. Pupula, can you hear us? Sibonile?
Hello, Chair. Can I just try to call him? Seems like he's not connected. Let me try to call him.
Thanks, Edmo. I appreciate that.
Okay, Chair.
Brendan, I think just for the sake of time, would you mind, while we sort out in the background your presentation, that you move to the next one?
Absolutely, Chair. Presentations is just a prop, eh? So I'm actually ready to present. Colleagues, my talk is really emanating from my PhD proposal, and it's the initial results of the literature review. And I'm hoping to share the conceptual framework that I've developed for critical debate and discussion, and obviously some comments and input. The topic that I'm really wanting to approach is a broader approach for the whole human settlement sector. We know that human settlements has existing professions, around 7 of them, which are really formalized and well regulated, and are delivering quite a professional product in their different spaces. But the national government and practitioners in the space have realized that there's a gap of the need to professionalize colleagues that do not fall within these 7 professional bodies within the built environment. And these are primarily people that are working in the National Department of Human Settlements, provincial department, local government, in all the what we call 9 human settlements entities, right? So this topic, so why talk about this, Brendan? This topic is quite controversial. There's 2 schools of thought. One is that the existing professions cover the overall ambit of skills that is needed to have an effective human settlements sector. Another school of thought says no, there's quite a great deal of professionals practicing but are not formally regulated. Yeah, we're talking about people that do housing facilitation, we're talking about people that in housing administration, and at different levels of the bureaucracy and in the private sector. So I approached the National Department of Human Settlements to try and get a gauge on the number of professionals that are not professionalized, but are operating in the space. And incidentally, there's absolutely no data, save for one report, which is the business case for the professionalization of the human settlement sector, which estimates that some 10,000 officials operating in the space have no professional home. So that's just a rough gauge. But more interestingly, I want to share with the colleagues that the National School of Government has revived the debate to urgently professionalize the public service. And during the COVID period, that's 2020, we saw them publishing what is called a national framework to professionalize the public service. And this has sparked debates in South Africa, which point to having a capable state, having the sufficient number of officials at the correct levels, and operating at the correct level of professional proficiency to competently and efficiently implement the policy direction of the state, right? But interestingly, what I want to point to is that debates about professionalizing housing as it was then known in the 1990s, and as we moved to BNG and we embraced the whole a more overarching phenomenon of human settlements development, we've seen that this debate is not new. This debate has been there, and there's been various professional associations which have kind of arisen and declined within the sector, seeking to advance a professionalized housing or human settlements environment. And that's what I want to I want to share some of that data or feedback with colleagues. So within the last 3 decades of our democracy, we've seen a maturing and convergence of certain processes to the point where all roads are pointing to an accelerated trajectory of professionalization of the human settlement sector. And this professionalization agenda is actually been articulated, as I've mentioned, by the National School of Government with its recently published framework. But not only that, we see a clear link within the National Development Plan, and the National Development Plan critically makes clear assumptions around state capacity, and state capacity defined as the number of officials operating in the space, the level of their proficiency, and the ability to competently execute policy direction.
Sorry, Brandon.
Yeah.
Apologies. We just want to confirm on which slide you are now, so Dr. Pula can project the correct slide.
You can leave it on the first slide. I'll go very quickly, and then I'll prompt Dr. Pula.
That's fine. You can. Are you on the methodology or not?
I'm on just the abstract.
Okay. Thanks.
Cool. So colleagues, one of the things I wanted to challenge the forum about, in South Africa, I think we took a bold step to implement a very far-reaching housing program, and it's quite an ambitious program, which has to date delivered some 5 million housing opportunities. But we also know that at the same time, the housing backlog, which now stands at 2.6 million, has been a shifting target, and the state has been unable to get a handle on large-scale delivery services. And so in a way, there's a breach of trust between people that are in the housing delivery space and clients who see government failing to deliver on its mandate, or government delivering in a very slow and tardy manner, right? The second indicator that I want to point to is a stat that I picked up yesterday, which says that a key barometer of delivery of housing, namely a title deed, which confers legal status of ownership, there's severe backlogs in South Africa. Even pre-94 title deeds are sitting at only less than 6% of beneficiaries have, in the pre-94 space, have title deeds. In the 2000 space, we're seeing that number around 10% of beneficiaries have title deeds. And up till now, we have a universe of 5,000 beneficiaries, 500,000 beneficiaries, and only 50,000 of them have title deeds. So this is pointing to some kind of gross inefficiency within our housing processes. And I'm basically arguing that we need to have a more professionalized bureaucracy, particularly with regards to housing administration. Can we move to the second slide, please? So what I would like to just reflect on now is just some theoretical foundations around professionalization. Now, professionalization has been described as a multidimensional process with multiple goals, which are advanced by implementing a diverse set of mechanisms, right? The trajectory or pathway for a field to become a profession can be slow and difficult, but not all components of that field professionalizing at the same rate or scale. We also know that professionalization processes are not neutral. These are subject to contestation and struggles between different elite formations or competing professional associations and agencies. And every professional project entails significant associated investments or costs in order to derive benefits. And we know that the costs and benefits are always in tension, in a state of tension in any given field or sector. Now, a couple of the bigger debates that I think are relevant to this bigger question that I'm wanting to discuss is how do we improve the human settlement sector specifically? Does the human settlements workforce have the requisite capacity and competencies to do the job? Do they have the requisite tools and techniques to improve or enhance the efficiency of delivery? Are the requisite systems and technologies and approaches to innovate around delivery in place? Are the organizational structures and the institutional framework, are they functioning optimally to enhance delivery? I want to just pause here and just probably remind colleagues that one of the phenomenon that we got in South Africa is called service delivery protests, right? And service delivery protest is a euphemism for civil society, for civil disobedience, right? And we all drive to work and we see tires burning in the road. We get delayed to the airport. We get delayed to our lectures, and our lives are generally inconvenienced by these service delivery protests. But the service delivery protests, if you look at the scale of the service delivery protests over a period, they peaked at about 2,500 protests per annum, which is shocking. And then during the COVID period, there was a significant drop off with regards to that, but it's beginning to pick up again. And certain barometers are showing that we're sitting at already around 1,500 protests for this year. And what this talks to is a discontent with the current service delivery model. It's talking about the citizenry engaging in often violent protests to make the point that they are unserviced, they're unseen, their delivery needs are unmet. And so the question really is what is the ecosystem of organizations and actors which is going to trigger a much more efficient housing or human settlements delivery value chain? Do we have the correct incentives in place? Do we have the right mechanisms to attract and retain the best talent within the sector, right? So just quickly to reflect again about two core elements of professionalization. The first is that we're wanting to, the National Research Council has articulated that the first core element of professionalization is a rigorous education and training process which transforms the ordinary worker into a professional. And the second is a social process which enables an occupation to become a fully fledged profession. Now, professionalization processes can be top-down or bottom-up or a combination of these. And we have seen in the past, if we look at the planning profession, for instance, that it actually went through a series of phases to become professionalized, right? And the planning, in the case of the planning profession, they had SAC plan, which was a voluntary association, which morphed into a statutory body, which was essentially dictated by the state, right? Requiring the members of that profession to have specialized degrees, certification, and be a member of a professional organization. And most importantly, making membership conditional upon continued professional development, or what we call CPD, right? So I've alluded to the fact that we why study the human settlement sector? No one seems to have a handle on the boundaries of the system. What is the size and shape of the human settlement sector? Who comprises its workforce? What are their associated needs? And what is the supply and demand of professionals into the space? These are obviously complex, but I'm arguing very understudied questions. And we need to get a handle, what also compounds the complexity of the human settlement space is that there are a number of different overlapping professions and organizations which operate in the space with different institutions, different agencies, and different mandates and professional cultures, right? So more recently, a very interesting development, not so recent, but in the past 10 years, we've seen higher education institutions responding into the need to have a professionalized human settlement space by offering named human settlements qualifications, UKZN incidentally being one of the first to offer a housing degree, a named housing degree with a clear set of standards and a clear competency framework. Other universities like NMU, Free State, Forte, UNISA have all responded with named human settlements qualifications, right? And some authors in the literature around the sociology of professions argue that that's the very first stage in a profession becoming formalized. Okay. So I just want to take us a bit back, if I have time, Chair, quickly on a quick overview of organizations that have been lobbying for human settlements or housing, as it was known in the early 90s, to become professionalized. In the early 90s, there was a very fascinating organization or association called the Institute of Housing South Africa. In fact, it was originally named the Institute of Housing Southern Africa, then it limited its mandate. And this organization at its height represented some 2,000 housing professionals in the sector. It was a loose association which convened conferences, had some master classes, but there was no real qualifications driving this. It was actually a knowledge management kind of a vehicle, right? And in the 2000s, the second Minister of Human Settlements, Sanki Mahanyela, she was very interested in driving the professionalization of human settlements from a political level. And she the then Department of Housing conducted a series of what we call scoping reports, which tried to get a handle on the number of professionals. Do they have an appetite to form a professional association, and what some of the benefits of these professionalizations processes would have in terms of service delivery. So the early debates was really focused around linking capacity or knowledge of practitioners to enhance delivery, very much in a performance kind of enhancing debate. Unfortunately, the Institute of Housing South Africa ran into some funding problems and it essentially closed its doors around 2006. But before that could happen, a very interesting synergy happened, whereby the Chartered Institute for Housing, which operates in the UK, and the National Association for the Redevelopment, of Housing, which is a professional organization in the United States, these two converged to support professionalization efforts in South Africa. So we can see a kind of coming together of a network of actors trying to stimulate a more professionalized and organized human settlements sector, right? And they also produced a scoping report, as well as went around to various universities with the prime objective of trying to trigger undergraduate qualifications that specialized in human settlements or housing education, right? And among the most significant events in this period was the launch of the Chair for Education in Human Settlements, which is based at Nelson Mandela University. Actually, the then Minister, Tokia Sitwala, launched that chair and launched the first named degree in human settlements. And so that triggered a whole range of actors coming into the space. So we have NMMU, or Mandela University as it's now known, which offers undergraduate qualifications. They've since approached SAQA and Department of Higher Education, and they're offering a whole suite of human settlements qualifications all the way up to the PhD level. We also have University of Free State, which has an honors program. We have UKZN, which have undergraduate program. We have Forte, and we have UNISA. And this has created a pipeline of almost 250 graduates into the space annually, right?
Brandon, apologies.
Yeah.
Your 15 minutes is over. If you can just maybe work towards your conclusions.
Okay, thank you. I'm just about done. So what I want you to just point to is that there's been a convergence in the system. Maybe Dr. Paula, if you can just toggle to the conceptual framework. It's just 2 slides. It's a pyramid with 3 circles. Do you have it? Dr. Paula? I'll quickly proceed then, Mr. Pretorius, while we're trying to get that slide. So what I'm proposing is a framework which embraces systems thinking, organizational development, and the sociology of professionals to build a conceptual framework to look at this phenomenon more deeply, the phenomenon of which is professionalization of human settlements. There's also a second diagram, which I'm hoping that Dr. Paula can quickly show up, which tries to map out a hybrid model for an efficient and effective professionalization of the human settlement sector. I'll just quickly summarize it. 1, there needs to be the establishment of a professional association, and we already have one in the form of the Institute of Human Settlements Practitioners. It's a NPC and a voluntary organization which is trying to recruit and professionalize the human settlement space by offering continued professional development courses, offering a code of conduct, offering various knowledge management systems, and eventually we'll have an annual conference. But critically, we're saying that these individuals at first must be self-regulated, and then they can articulate and demand or request what we call licensing or state certification, as we see with planners, with other professionals in the built environment space. So just to sum up, 1 last minute, thank you, colleagues, to say that, professionalization of human settlements has been understudied. There's a wealth of literature about the professionalization of certain occupations into professions. Human settlements has had a 3-decade debate, and that debate is maturing. With that, colleagues, I'll thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Brendan, and thanks, Dr. Pula, also for coordinating the slides. Of course, this is a very important topic, Brendan, the subject regarding professionalization. And I think there will, of course, will be hopefully questions in the engagement section, but I was wondering, just as you were presenting, what's the envisioned impact and what has been the impact of increased professionalization in the human settlement sector? And what's the constraints in that? But let's park that for now, and then we'll engage on that in that session. Thank you. Thanks, Brendan. Appreciate it. All right, colleagues. So let's please move to the final presentation. If I didn't miss anyone, let's move to the final presentation by Oluwatoba. That presents about the flood risks and impacts, a case study of the University of Venda. Oluwatoba, over to you.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, my name is Oyena Oluwatoba Yedoto. I'm a master's student at the University of Venda. Thank you, Chair, and the organizers of this program for this wonderful opportunity. Yeah, so I would be, I won't take much of your time because my presentation is quite short and precise, straight to the point. So I'll be talking about the flood risks and impacts using the University of Venda as case study.
Hello, Toba. Apologies.
Yeah,
Are you sharing the presentation?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. It's not appearing on our side. If you can maybe just try again.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. It's loading now. You can just put it on presentation mode, then we're all set. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, is it fine? Is it fine now?
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be starting with the introduction. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about flood risks. Flood risk is the probability of flooding occurring and the potential like the consequences of that of the flooding. Floods are excess water flow exceeding the river channels, carrying capacity, dams, and other water bodies. According to the meteorological organization, there's been a 134% increase in flooding since 2000, which like 84% of this flooding is occurring at the developing countries. Yeah, so I think like South Africa is also exposed, susceptible to flood hazards, primarily in rural Limpopo, and this research is going to examine the flood risk and impacts using the University of Venda as a case study. The University of Venda is in Thohoyandou. Thohoyandou is in Limpopo here in South Africa. Yes, I'm going to start with the rainfall variability of the study area. According to the data gotten from source, we can see that the South African Weather Service, the town in which the university is situated, receives much of its rainfall between November and February, which this is going to help the stakeholders and the university authorities to plan for this period and be expecting the large flow of water and of rainfall, yeah, during this period. Yeah, then I'll be talking about the topography. Like the university is situated in a low-lying area. Like it's in a low-lying region. It's surrounded by islands. So as we all know, like water flows from islands into lowlands. So and this, according to this data, you can see the university is 569 meter, which is closer to the lowest point in the town. The highest point being 680 meter. So with this in mind, you can see like when there's rainfall, there's a large flow of water into the university. So this should be taken into consideration. Yeah, then I'm going to talk about the spatial risks. Yeah, according to this data, we can see the risks associated with flooding at the university. We have being stranded, pollution with sewage and stress and anxiety. Then we have drowning. Then it is important to note that there hasn't been any case of drowning at the university, but I guess the data considered Thohoyandou as because there's been series of severe flooding at Thohoyandou. So I think that's considered that, yeah. Then the flooding, we can see flooding is one of the most dangerous, destructive, and severe natural disasters which can cause infrastructure damage, loss of life, and interruption of socioeconomic activities. Yeah. Then according to, if we move to the next sentence, even though the university has not experienced overly severe flooding, the standing water has been an issue that needs to be addressed. This is 'cause most times when there's heavy rainfall or heavy rainfall, we've had situations whereby there are issues of standing water. It takes a while before the water the water is drained. This is drained from the surface, because and this causes pollution with the sewage. Then you can be stranded, and this indicates that flooding causes environmental pollution. Because waste accumulates, and in some cases, on some situations, poison rivers. Moving on to the next slide. Then I'll be talking about the causes of spatial flooding risk. According to this, we see increased urbanization, inadequate design of drainage, inadequate maintenance of drainage systems, non-adherence to building code, agricultural practices. These are some of the causes of spatial risk, and according to this data, we can see inadequate maintenance of drainage system has the highest number of percentage, followed by the inadequate design of drainage system. And we can see from this data that the drainage system is a major concern in the study area. Hence, much attention needs to be taken to ensure the maintenance and the proper design of the drainage system. These are some of the pictures of the gutters, and so these are traditional drainage systems. But we can see that most of the drainages are clogged. Though I have more pictures, but these are I only presented these two because we can see like their refuse. Some are overgrown with bushes, and some we can see this one has this one is broken. This one has bushes and some other metals. Moving on to flood risk index. We can see the flood risk index of the study area, which is medium to high. Value was found in parts of Limpopo, the same as Toyando, where the study area is located. Which is medium, we can see from 0.6 to 0.08. According to the next. But then I'll be talking about the spatial vulnerability. I'll be taking the physical vulnerability, which is the susceptibility of people to loss due to the qualities of their physical environments. Then I have the data gotten from the survey. We see elevation, proximity to river, flood frequency, level of degradation, and land use cover. As you can see from the data generated, elevation has the highest, the lowest mean, which is closer to most affected, which means that elevation is the most the highest performing variable, which makes the university to be vulnerable to flooding, which means elevation and the situation of drainages and should be considered at the edges of islands, because when water flows from islands into low lying areas, like the areas should be considered when drainages and gutters are being situated. Moving on to social vulnerability. Social and oh, sorry, there's a mistake with the slides. We have access to water, drainage systems, waste management, health facilities, and access to insurance. According to the other table is for institutional vulnerability. Sorry about that. Yeah, we can see that drainage system is the most performing variable. Yeah, then which means drainage systems need to be looked into by the university and the municipality and other stakeholders. Yeah, we're moving on to the recommendations. This study aims to summarize the suggestions from the findings regarding the likelihood. So the first recommendation is sustainable draining systems. Most developed nations and other nations of the world are moving towards sustainable drainage systems. Though Africa and other developing nations are not, but this we need extensive research in this area. Some other the implementation of sustainable drainage systems is interdisciplinary, like it requires different professions, from the civil engineers, the architects, the planners, and other disciplines. So yeah, like we need to come together, like different stakeholders need to come together to implement this. We have different types, such as the green roofs, the bioretention areas, the soakaways, the pervious pavements, the filter strips, infiltration trenches, and the infiltration basins. Then I also proposed some areas of implementation. Yeah, because the sustainable drainage systems are environmentally friendly, and it reduces it's environmentally friendly, and it doesn't pollute the environment like like other forms of other systems. Yeah, then we see these are pictures to back up the recommendation. We can see different types of SUDs. Can see the detention ponds, can see the soakaways, you can see the infiltration trenches, and the green roofs, then the pervious pavements, and the bioretention areas. Then at the left side of the slide, you can see the elevated building. This is going to back up the recommendation in the next slide, which is the coping strategies. Elevated designs of buildings and structure is encouraged in areas of with history of flooding, so that this requires the architect, and the architect to implement, but it's another way of reducing the impact of flooding. Yeah, moving on. We have the public awareness and participation. Yeah, we need to the non-government organizations and the municipality, the university risk committee needs and other stakeholders need to come together to sensitize the public on the impact of flooding, and how to prepare them in case there's an issue of flooding. And then, like I already said, we have the coping strategies. Several communities and populations have developed different coping strategies over time. Yeah, those some are indigenous or modern. Yeah, like I already said, we have the elevation of land before building. Yeah, then the clearing of choked gutters and clearing of river choked with refuse. Yeah, buildings are flexible, raised, and water resistant, which are necessary, because the resilient city is a never-ending project. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Luatoba, for your research about the causes of flooding. You mentioned urbanization, drainage system design and maintenance, and also the factors that contribute to spatial and social vulnerability. Obviously, a very pertinent research within the context of SDG 11 disaster risk reduction within that policy framework. And you mentioned a specific spatial intervention that's about the sustainable drainage systems, with the focus really on those improvements, in addition to community participation, etc. Thanks a lot for your presentation, Aluatoba, and we'll open the floor now for any questions on Aluatoba's presentation, and also the other three presenters from Adamu, Ramapulane, Brendan as well. So colleagues, if I might just open the floor, if that's fine, I just want to check, is Adamu still in the session? It doesn't look like Adamu is still online. He did mention that he is currently driving. Colleagues, so I'll just move to Ramapulane and the research done there about evaluating the efficiency of planning and development of basic infrastructure. Just a question from my side, Ramapulane, and how effective has the planning process been in ensuring adequate water and sanitation infrastructure? You mentioned there's been inefficiencies in planning. If you can maybe, and the response to that ought to be bottom-up legislation, if you can maybe, from your perspective, just comment on why you say planning approaches have been ineffective. Is it the outcomes, the measurement of that? And also then which specific bottom-up approaches is required, and what would make them bottom-up to contribute to that policy environment required and the capacitation of state, I suppose. So just your perspective on what made the planning process inefficient, and then the specific policies required to your mind. Thanks, Ramapulane.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, so you're welcome to please just enable your camera as well, just so we are streaming live if possible.
All right. Thank you, Chair. I think the inefficiency is in terms of policy implementation in the study area. If you look into what the planning standards are saying and what is happening on the ground, there is a mismatch. So I would say there is inefficiency in the study area is in terms of the implementation of the existing planning standards. And also on the question of which bottom-up approach should be used, I think during the interviews, the 6 interviews that we conducted in the study area, we identified that the improvement in terms of accessibility to water supply has actually been as a result of the community taking it upon themselves to then extract the public and stand taps. So the type of bottom-up approach that we suggest that should be maybe implemented or incorporated into our planning instruments is that of participatory planning, because we realize that the communities know exactly what their problem is, and they actually have solutions as to how they can solve such problems. I don't know if I correctly responded to your question.
No, thanks a lot, Ramapulane. Once again, just emphasizing the importance of that participatory component. We've had a few connections on participation within this session as well. Also connecting to the earlier presentation of John as well, and specific, I suppose, the stages of participation and the incorporation of input, actually, with Prof. Gumbo also mentioning the importance of institutions, universities, and the public sector also framing information in such a way that's accessible to facilitate that process of participation and engagement, and to I suppose extract the real potential of that process. Thanks a lot, Ramapulane. Colleagues, I'm not sure, Prof. Gumbo, maybe you have as co-author and chair as well, maybe you have additional comments or insights?
Not at all, OP, at this moment. I don't know if Dr. Onat is around. He could also make a comment, but our student did a good job, and it's work in progress. So your comments really can shape the study and the paper as well. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Prof. Okay, thanks, Ramapulane. Colleagues, any additional comments or questions directed at Ramapulane and his research? It seems not. Okay, thanks. In the absence of those, thanks, Ramapulane. I appreciate it. Colleagues, on thanks. On Brendan's interesting presentation about the professionalization in the housing sector, in the human settlement sector, rather. Brendan, if I may open the floor once again, I was just wondering, and I shared my thoughts just subsequent to your presentation as well. What has been the impact of the increased push for professionalization? We know the motive for it. You mentioned I suppose increased capacity, but what has been the impact of efforts toward professionalization, and what remains the constraints for this ongoing process?
Thanks so much, Mr. Pretorius, Orchid. Can you hear me?
Yes, Brendan, if possible, would you mind just switching on your camera as well?
Yeah. Okay, I'll try. My connectivity is not very good, but I'll try.
In that case, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay. How's that?
Perfect.
Okay, so I think the first issue for us has been SAQA. SAQA is really the custodian or the gatekeeper to any organization wanting to be a professional body, whether it's a statutory professional body or a voluntary association. And they have quite a rigorous process of vetting. Number one, they want a clear process of consultation that you've consulted other professions. And quite importantly, they want financial viability of the organization. So they're looking for 3 years financial statements. So fortunately, I think the Institute for Human Settlements Practitioners has met those and will be shortly approaching SAQA to recognize it as a voluntary association or what we call a non-statutory professional body. So I think that's the first constraint. I think the other constraint has been around finding resources for such an organization. After post-COVID, the post-COVID financial perspective hasn't been easy. There have been a lot of opportunities, I would say, within the Institute for Human Settlements Practitioners. So I want to say that COVID has been a blessing for the Institute of Human Settlements Practitioners, but it's also been a constraint. I would say the new dimension of operating virtually, that you don't need to have an office. You can exploit the benefits of the fourth industrial revolution, of having virtual conferences, virtual board meetings. You don't have to fly people up for meetings. You can have it like this, like what we're doing, at a very minimal cost. So I think the Institute has tried to capitalize on these mechanisms, but at the same time, that also closes off revenue streams. So if you can't have a physical conference, you can't charge, you can't make a profit. So a lot of these things, what I'm trying to articulate is that the financial modeling of an association of this nature is very, very critical. Now, how many members will you attract? What will the value proposition be in terms of the costs and benefits, like you correctly say? But I think one of the benefits of an association, just to come back to, circle back to the one of your original questions, is the whole issue of a community of practice, bringing like-minded professional values, not dissemination of. Am I still?
Hi, Brendan. I think you can perhaps, I suggest just switching off your camera. Yeah, I think that might help if Brendan is online, but I'm sure he'll try to reconnect. Colleagues, so if you had any, Brendan is back. Brendan?
Yeah, sorry, I got cut off for a little while. I was just saying, Orchid, that there needs to be clear systems being put in place to attract, train, and retain practitioners. There's currently no CPD model for human settlements practitioners, and the Institute of Human Settlements Practitioners has just developed a competency framework which prioritizes knowledge areas, and there's 12 knowledge areas that says that if you want to be considered a human settlements practitioner, these are the knowledge areas that you need to be competent in. So we need to elevate that. I think the other one that's quite a barrier to professionalization is that there's no real mechanism to censure or discipline members of the profession that are engaging in unethical behavior, selling places on the housing list, tender fraud, manipulating interview processes, and general poor ethical conduct. There's no system to exit people out of the housing value chain. Professional planners have a process, legal practitioners have a process, medical doctors have a process to say, this is malpractice. You are no longer part of the body of practitioners, and you blacklisted, or you can't work in the sector anymore. And then the final one that I want to point out is that the relationship, the international relationships that I spoke about earlier with this Chartered Institute for Housing in the UK, the National Association of Redevelopment Officials in the US, and then we also the Institute is also developing relationships with the Australian branch of Association for Human Settlements. So I think these relationships are at a very early stage. So we got to give them time to mature. So I think in a nutshell, those are the factors. Thank you so much for the question.
Thanks a lot, Brendan. You really bring to light a few important aspects of the whole process of professionalization, back, together with the importance, but also the processes going on in the background that we don't engage with every day, but are nonetheless exceedingly important within this whole human settlement space, how it connects to spatial planning and the approaches of professionalization in the spatial planning sector as well, and lessons that can be learned between the different stakeholders. Thanks, Brendan. Colleagues, do we have any additional questions or comments regarding Brendan's presentation? Right, it seems not. Thanks again, Brendan, appreciate it. Okay, colleagues, so now we just move to engagement on the final presentation from Oluwatoba regarding causes of flooding and the flooding vulnerability and risk at the University of Venda. Very important, I suppose, excuse me, replicable statistical analysis being done with the vulnerability indicators, which I found very significant. Yeah, actually, that we can apply in other contexts as well. A very important approach you utilized there. I just want to, if I may, Oluwatoba, just center on your one recommendation that you make about specific spatial intervention regarding the sustainable drainage systems. I was just wondering, considering local factors, governance aspects, whatever it may be, what would be, to your mind, the most pressing challenges to an implementation of a sustainable drainage system? And that's focused on your recommendation for the drainage system, but also may there be additional spatial interventions, or would the most important one be the drainage system, or can we learn other lessons from the flood vulnerability and causes of flooding at UNIVEN? Thanks, Oluwatoba.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Implementation of SUDs are quite expensive, and like I said, it's interdisciplines. Like it requires the coming together of different disciplines, like I said, the engineers, the architects, the planners, and other stakeholders. So like I know some developed countries are already are using these systems like the green roofs and the bioretention. But bringing it to Africa, like I'm not so sure about its implementation. Though I know I know some countries. I'm sure some countries are using ponds and yeah, some also use retention areas like to like as a means of sustainable systems. But I like I said, most countries and communities use traditional drainage systems, which is the gutters, and yeah, like the gutters and like both that's the most popular one. Then other recommendations are relocation. Yeah, most communities in Africa relocate when it's flooding. When it's flooding in a particular place, they move to another place. Yeah, so then we also have renovation. They renovate, they relocate. Then, like I said, the coping strategies. We have the elevated buildings, because I know some communities in Nigeria whereby they actually use elevated buildings, though it's quite traditional, and yeah, so that's I'm sure I hope I'm able to put an insight into your questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Oluwatoba. Much appreciated. All right, colleagues. Any further questions for Oluwatoba? It's now your opportunity. Questions or comments on his earlier presentation? Okay, Oluwatoba, it seems not, but thanks again for the presentation and the response to my question.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, it seems that we are at the end of our program, and before I just close our session and with a short summary, perhaps I can just request Prof. Gumbo, just a final word from your side.
Thank you very much, main chair, Mr. Pretorius. That was a wonderful session with interesting engagements and deliberations from the first installment. I think we had 4 presentations, and the second one, another 4 presentations. The good thing is it's 100% turn up. All our presenters managed to come and present. So yeah, this is impressive, and you did a very good job, Mr. Pretorius, to lead these discussions, and all went well. So I would want to wish the presenters well in their research journeys, and I'm sure the conference, as usual, the organizers are going to consider all these wonderful presentations for publication. We have another task, OP, to send the best one to Dr. Ingwan. I think there are 2 people who are doing that, but all the presentations were really good. So it's gonna be very difficult really to say which ones were outstanding, I would say impressive presentations. And I'm sure the papers, of course, we didn't have a chance to go through the papers, but I'm sure all the papers are brilliant because honestly, as you indicated, OP, quite a lot of groundbreaking research results, very insightful, very stimulating, and yeah, we look forward really to go through the full papers later when they are published. So all the best to the presenters, and yeah, we still have another day tomorrow to engage. Yeah, it was a very busy day. As you indicated, we went beyond time because it was interesting. We still have the energy to keep going, but yeah, it shall come to an end. So I think we need to get to a point where we close this session. So back to you, OP, to close, and we'll get in touch with we'll engage with Dr. Ingwani and the colleague on the best paper. Otherwise, yeah, we can talk after this. Thanks very much, Opi.
All right, thanks a lot, Prof. Kumba. Yeah, thank you, colleagues. I just want to echo the words mentioned by Prof. Kumba. Thanks a lot for the turnout, all 8 speakers presenting, sharing ideas with the participants. I really think it was a good session. Very nice ideas coming to the fore, ideas for future research as well, anchored in technology and data to promote inclusivity. And some of the highlights, we're looking back at digital innovation and urban inclusivity, Louis Botha corridor, TOD, the role of spatial data in measuring that the effect of planning instruments, I suppose, in this case, specifically on improving economic access and how that contribute to the broader societal questions, such as overcoming spatial divide, socioeconomic division. We went to Rustenburg with the benefits of smart city principles, Nigeria, land use planning. We went to Indonesia for a very interesting discussion about stakeholder engagement and participation. Lesotho, planning for essential utilities and professionalization within a specific of human settlement sector in a specific context of the South African context, and then back to the University of Venda about flood risk causes and vulnerabilities, tying it quite nicely to SDG 11 and the need for planning interventions in that regard as well. And this all contributes to our broader vision of evidence-based policymaking at the end of the day to make a difference, and in this conference case, toward inclusivity. Colleagues, so thanks once again. Really appreciate all the questions and discussion points and the presenters once again. As Prof. Gumba mentioned, it's going to be a challenge to identify, to differentiate between the presentations when we nominate the best presentations. But thanks a lot for that, colleagues. Just as a final word, can I just request those that are able just to enable your cameras that we can take a quick screenshot / picture just of as many participants as we can, just for our record keeping. Thanks, colleagues. All right, perfect. I see some colleagues are still enabling. All right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot, colleagues. And as Prof. Gumba mentioned as well, I hope to see all of you during tomorrow's final day as well for a few panel discussions and awards and those important elements as well. Colleagues, thanks a lot. Please keep well.
Thanks, Opi. Thanks, good people. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye.